Order!
O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and the aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Good afternoon, members, and welcome back to the Assembly. I hope that it was a productive March break, speaking with constituents, spending time with family and friends, and getting out on the land to enjoy the start of spring in the north. Members will note some changes in the Legislative Chamber. Today, the Legislative Assembly will host its first hybrid sitting, with members participating remotely. Pursuant to Rule 10.1 brackets 2 brackets B, I have at their request allowed the following members to participate in part of this sitting remotely. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, member for Cam Lake, honorable member for Yellowknife South. Pursuant to Rule 10.2, these members will be counted for the purpose of determining quorum or considered to be in attendance and may vote on any matter in which they are entitled to vote as though they were participating in person. For those members attending in person and visitors in the gallery, you will be required to use a headset on channel 2 to hear members who are participating remotely. Without a headset, you will not be able to hear these members. Also, for members in attendance pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 2, all votes on readings of bills and any other motion that requires notice will be conducted as a recorded vote. Members, our first hybrid sitting will be a challenge, but I know you are up to it. Members have a busy and full week of work ahead of them with important matters before you. This work must be done. I ask that today and every day members exercise patience as well as resolve any technical issues that arise. Also, it is more important than ever that we talk slowly and wait for your microphone to turn on. And if you do not, the interpreters or those appearing remotely will not hear you. As always, I expect the respect and courtesy shown to each other will continue throughout this hybrid sitting. Thank you, members. Minister statements. Minister statements. Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the current invasion of Ukraine by Russia is a stark reminder of the importance of Arctic sovereignty. We share a unique border with Russia, the Arctic Ocean. As the Arctic takes a more predominant role in the international stage, we want to ensure that the needs of Northerners remain a priority for Canada. It also means that the aspirations of Northerners be given appropriate attention and that we eliminate the gaps between Northern and Southern Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Russia has broad interest in the Arctic, including advancing a claim under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea that comes to the edge of Canada's 370-kilometre exclusive coastal economic zone off the coast of the Northwest Territories, Yukon and Nunavut. Canada also has submitted a claim. Territorial premiers recently wrote to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the Council of Federation Chair, BC Premier John Horgan, to convene urgent discussions on Arctic sovereignty and security. We believe that this issue needs to be a priority for all Canadians moving forward. I'll be tabling both of those letters later today. Earlier this month, I attended a confidential briefing with officials at the highest level of military, security, and intelligence branches of the federal government. I've also met with N.W.T, the Minister of National Defence, and Dan Vandel, Minister of Northern Affairs, to discuss Arctic sovereignty and security and how we can work closer together moving forward. The strategic importance of the Arctic has been increasing due to climate change and the opening of Arctic waters, as well as the wealth of resources that the Arctic holds, Mr. Speaker. This heightened interest is not only from Russia, but other world powers like China, the United States, and other Arctic nations. It's paramount for Northerners that we're involved in decisions that impact the North. The Government of the Northwest Territories is committed to supporting Canada in its efforts to show leadership in asserting Arctic sovereignty by empowering and equipping the communities to be both resilient and responsive in the changing geopolitical landscape. From a Northwest Territories perspective, peace and cooperation among circumpolar countries are essential for healthy and vibrant Arctic communities. This is something that we value. Mr. Speaker, Northern security is not just about a military presence. It's also about building strong, resilient communities through significant investment in critical infrastructure like roads, telecommunications, and energy. It also means strong healthcare and education systems and the elimination of gaps between North and South. Decisions about the North must be made by Northerners. After all, Northerners have the biggest stake in a strong and sustainable Arctic. As outlined in the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, the Government of the Northwest Territories has a vision of strong, self-reliant people and communities working together for a vibrant, prosperous, and sustainable Arctic and Northern region. By achieving this vision, both at home and abroad, it supports Canada's enduring Arctic sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to working across borders and with Indigenous Northerners to improve the economic, social, and cultural well-being of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm very pleased to share the details of a safety certificate training course for new and young workers available through the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission. Workplace accidents and injuries happen to employees in various professions and age groups, but younger workers with less experience are often at greater risk of getting hurt. The Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission has developed a 2-hour interactive online course that will give young workers the basic knowledge they need to help start their work lives safely. The course training covers the rights and responsibilities of workers and includes important safety topics that are useful for youth, including safety while working on the land. When they complete the course, they will also receive a certificate. There are also useful course guidelines available to help teachers, instructors, and anyone working with youth to help them prepare for their first job. The training course and instructor's guide are available at no cost on the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission website. Employees play a very important role in promoting and maintaining safety and a healthy workplace. By educating employees on workplace safety when they are young, we are helping them to build a safer, healthier, and more efficient workplace for their future. I'd like to also include a thank you to the staff of the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission for putting this website course together. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Very technical. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak about the government's plans to resume work on the runway extension at the N.W.T Airport. This contract is funded by the Canadian Department of National Defence, as the airport is a forward operating location for CF-18 operations, and will also expand the airport's capacity, bringing great economic benefits and employment. Mr. Speaker, the tender was awarded to a company jointly owned by N.W.T Development Corp., EGT Northwind, and the Gwich'in Development Corp. Shockingly, it has come to my attention that work on this incredibly important project has recently been stopped or delayed by our government. It has been stopped at a time when Arctic sovereignty is top national priority in light of Russian aggression in the Ukraine. And despite the fact that Captain Cameron Hillier of NORAD has said the runway will allow a wider variety of military aircraft to deter, detect, and if necessary, defeat future threats to the North America. It is my understanding that they have stopped work on this project because of the detailed engineering budget provided by consortium is approximately 40 million higher than the government initial costing, which was without transparency regarding its details or core assumptions, and before COVID-19 caused disruptions to the global supply chain and increases to the cost of steel and other materials. It is also my understanding that they are refusing to allow an extremely time-sensitive phase of this work to be completed this spring, despite the consortium's offer to perform work concurrently to a third-party review of the budget, keeping the project timeline on track, protecting Indigenous obligations and local employment. They have repeatedly flagged the impacts of work stoppage on the overall project timeline. They have repeatedly requested to sit down with our government to find a solution. They have repeatedly requested details on your government's costing to help identify disparities. They have repeatedly offered productive solutions to reduce N.W.T risk in the matter and keep this project on track. And yet our government has not sat down with them, has not provided any details about costing, and has not done anything to prevent this unnecessary delay. All while Premier is publicly requesting meetings with the Prime Minister to discuss Arctic security, and today in her minister statement as well. It is clear we cannot have any confidence in the safety and security of our region, as our government won't do anything to ensure the safety and security of our country. I will have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nivik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a decade ago, the Supreme Court of Canada released a unanimous decision recognizing that learning to read is not a privilege, but a basic and essential human right, when it found that a BC student had a right to receive the intensive supports and interventions they need to learn to read. This year, the Ontario Human Rights Commission released the Right to Read Inquiry Report on human rights issues affecting students with reading disabilities, calling for critical changes to Ontario's approach to early reading and curriculum and instruction, screening, reading interventions, accommodations, and professional assessments. The report includes over 150 recommendations to address systemic issues that affect the right to learn to read, including making access to interventions equitable for all students, improving access to professional assessments, ensuring greater consistency and transparency in the assessment process. There are certainly differences of opinion on the best way to teach a child to read, but regardless of what end of the science of reading you follow, the need for access to intervention and supports are consistent. Many students' reading difficulties are not being caught early, which has significant consequences. Age 4 to 7 is a critical window for teaching children foundational word reading skills and is when intervention is most effective. Many students who are not progressing as expected in reading are falling through the cracks and are not getting timely intervention and supports, Mr. Speaker. Literacy does not only have consequences for a child's ability to excel in learning. Struggles with literacy are directly linked to depression and anxiety, school avoidance, acting out, being bullied or victimized, and self-harm. Literacy levels can have negative impacts on employment and lead to lower incomes, poverty, homelessness, and higher rates of involvement in crime and incarceration. Learning to read isn't a nice to have skill, it's a need to have skill and a lifeline, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an elementary school age constituent of mine is now nearing their audiology appointment after a year and a half, and this wait time is standard. Lack of access to specialty services impacts all of our residents, especially our youngest ones, and not only in regards to literacy. These services are fundamental to the development of neurodivergent children and youth, to people with Parkinson's and MS. The list is exhaustive. Mr. Speaker, the right to equal education includes the right to read, and the right to read and be educated depends on access to support services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during this session and all throughout this term, for that matter, I've talked about the economy and about the need for our government to put greater emphasis on the economic recovery for the people of the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, when I talk about the economy and economic recovery from the effects of the pandemic, I refer to the economy as a whole, to all sectors, to large and small businesses alike within the N.W.T. We cannot focus on any single industry alone. We must consider the big picture and envision the long-term goals of what we want to achieve overall. We need to think big, and we need to do all that we can do to bring back and revitalize areas of our economy that have faltered in recent years. Mr. Speaker, we need to welcome back all sectors of the economy into the N.W.T. No economic sector should be blocked from pursuing business interests within the N.W.T. All areas need to be welcomed back with open arms. Simply put, we need to open the N.W.T. up for business. We need to rebuild the N.W.T.'s international reputation as a desirable location to do business. For the last several years, the N.W.T. has been the only Northern Territory to experience a decline in our GDP levels. Both Yukon and Nunavut have had steadily increasing levels of their gross domestic product than the N.W.T. has. This needs to change. The N.W.T. cannot remain as an outliner among Canada's territories, has a negative economic output as we currently do. Mr. Speaker, exports, imports, and business investment for the N.W.T. all continue to trend downward. Government spending continues to be the bulk of the economy for the N.W.T., which is not sustainable at all. The N.W.T. cannot rely solely on government for economic activity. The economies of all provinces and territories around the N.W.T. are doing very well for themselves. So why can't we be doing the same? How is it that the Yukon and Alberta can balance their budgets, yet we can barely achieve an operating surplus for the N.W.T.? Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, among the issues that the N.W.T. faces is a lack of revenue and a large amount of spending. The Government Renewal Initiative will likely help to cut some of our spending and may help create more efficiencies of our programming. However, we need to be doing more than thinking out of the box for our economy. Mr. Speaker, we need a strong and diverse economy that can withdraw a storm like COVID-19. If our provincial and territorial neighbours can come out of this pandemic stronger than before, then so should the N.W.T. I will have questions for the Minister of Finance at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the mineral resource sector plays a significant role in the development of the Northwest Territories. This 19th Legislative Assembly recognized that fact and committed support to increase resource exploration and development. Mr. Speaker, over the last several decades, the community of Hay River has played an integral part in the development of the North. For years, Hay River has been a staging point for goods and equipment transported to the community by rail and truck prior to loading on barges for points farther north. Not only are remote northern communities dependent on the marine transportation services offered by MTS, the oil, gas, and mineral sectors have and continue to rely on those same services. Mr. Speaker, for the next 2 to 3 years, Cheetah Resources will be moving approximately 5,000 tons of rare earth mineral concentrate from the N.W.T pit. Pending receipt of authorization for the Tardif expansion from the Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board and a bankable surface lease from the N.W.T, the shipments would increase to 25,000 tons per year in 2024-25. Through use of marine, rail, and truck services, Cheetah's Rare Earth Resource Project will have a significant and positive impact on the community of Hay River. Concentrate will be shipped via barge from the east side of Great Slave Lake to Hay River, where it would be stored, awaiting further shipping south via rail and/or transport trucks. Mr. Speaker, next month, Cheetah is making a trial shipment of 500 tons of rare earth concentrate to its extraction plant in Saskatoon. This will provide Cheetah an opportunity to evaluate the intermodal systems this project will require going forward. To put these quantities in perspective, 25,000 tons would be 25 to 35 of MTS's 1,000 or 1,500 series barges. With 3 barges per tug, this would be 8 to 12 sailings a year. If all southbound shipments went by rail, it would be about 500 southbound rail car loads, and if by truck, it could be as high as 1,300 trucks per year. Ideally, backhauls from the diamond mines would be utilized to avoid an increase in the number of trucks emitting CO2 into the atmosphere. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. A member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the impact on MTS would be increased fleet utilization and additional revenues to offset current operating losses. Mr. Speaker, for the community of Hay River, it would translate into additional jobs, opportunities for local businesses, increased utilization of the Marine Training Centre, and solidifying Hay River's position as the marine transport hub for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish I had done my statement on Cheetah today as well. The recent announcement of the childcare fee reduction, CCFR subsidy, will reduce fees by 50% on average for families with children 5 years of age and younger. This only applies for those attending licensed programs where the provider has opted into the program. Since the announcement of the subsidy, several issues have been raised by providers and parents about EC's plan. Concerns around the timeline of the rollout, as well as the pressure being placed on providers to sign on without clear information. Many questions about policy and procedure remain unanswered, and caregivers are burdened when trying to explain the new program to parents when they don't have a clear understanding of it themselves. A restriction on fees means that providers are unable to give their staff the raises they had planned that was to result in them receiving a living wage. Additionally, there is an increase in the administrative burden on what are generally small businesses or NGOs. The government promises that childcare will eventually be $10 a day, and 230 new spaces are to be created, which raises questions. With $50 million coming from the federal government, how much is going to be used to physically create daycare spaces in communities that currently don't have any? Where are we going to get the people to work in these facilities, new or existing? We already have issues with recruitment and retention, and now we're capping the ability of daycares to create revenue for themselves through fee raises. This puts the provider in a hard position of hiring lesser qualified staff and leading to a higher incidence of turnover. Staff, I may add, that is traditionally female. Was our new government-wide gender lens applied when it was decided to cap fees prohibiting providers from giving raises? And what happens in communities where there are no providers? Again, the unique situation of the North has been overlooked in what is a Southern Canadian solution. Many parents and communities rely on family members or unlicensed homes to take care of their children. How are they supposed to access this subsidy? Why hasn't the N.W.T fought for an exception from the feds to allow all N.W.T parents to benefit from this subsidy, not just those in our wealthier capital or regional centres? Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, providers and caregivers continue to write to us hoping to be heard and for ECE to really work with the providers to determine the best path forward so that relief can be found, and looking for support so that they can continue to provide an essential service to our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, we have seen the evolution of an ambitious, innovative mining projects in the N.W.T riding. The N.W.T rare earth mineral mining is the largest private sector project in the riding, and it is having a significant job and business impacts for us. The project began last summer with 110 kilometers southeast of Yellowknife. By the end of the first season, N.W.T had a mine of 5,000 tons and crushed concentrated over 1,000 tons of exceptionally high-grade rare earth ore. At the end of the season, 500 tons of concentrated exceptionally high-grade ore was shipped by our government marine transportation to Hay River for intermodal train and truck shipping to Saskatoon for further processing. This valuable N.W.T resource will be further processed there for sale to international refineries in Norway and likely Alaska. Mr. Speaker, this project marks the N.W.T in Canada bold entry into the global market supply chain for critical rare earth elements. When we drive our trucks, use our cell phones, click on our computers, or build fiber optic lines, we are using rare earth. They are essential for our clean tech and high tech industry, and they need for them is growing at an incredible rate. The proponent are Vadal Metal Limited of Australia and its Canadian mining company Cheetah Resources Corporation, headquartered here in N.W.T. They have designed one of the most efficient environmental low-impact mines in Canada. They have impressive social benefits, including 70% of Indigenous employment among their workers and management. Mr. Speaker, many are from my community of Willowdale, Lutsuke, and Dininiquin. It's also the first mine in Canada to concentrate on Indigenous-owned corporation. The Yellowknife Indian First Nation Dittoncho Corporation to conduct mining on its own traditional territory. N.W.T is Canada's first rare earth mine. It's starting at small, Mr. Speaker, but in as early as 2024, it plans to move to a much larger deposit with potential to be a multi-generating producer. This expansion can have welcome long-term benefits for the N.W.T struggling mining economy. At the appropriate time, it will be my pleasure to introduce our project senior executive to the Assembly and to ask questions to the Minister of Lands regarding our role in government and enabling this project. Merci.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Although some members of this Assembly supported a priority to increase resource exploration and development, I believe that subsidies are not the best tool to achieve this. Increasing our over-reliance on resource extraction is not my priority, but if we are going to provide subsidies, these should be done properly, configured and evaluated. I recently reviewed the guidelines and application forms for the mining incentive program. I'm going to offer a number of observations and suggestions for improvement. In the last mandate progress report tabled earlier in the sitting, Cabinet says it has completed a review of the mining incentive program, but it has not been publicly released, nor has the response to any recommendations been made public. I've also asked before about a monitoring and evaluation framework for the program, which should form the basis for annual public reporting. I know our mining minister is a big proponent of ESG, or environmental, social, and governance criteria, as a way to promote the N.W.T as a great place to do mining. However, the mining incentive program applicants are not required to disclose or agree that they are in compliance with laws and do not owe governments any money. Clearly, applicants should disclose any land use permits, water licenses, or other environmental approvals granted to support their program, and then ITI can check for compliance itself. There should also be a specific declaration at the end of the application where applicants confirm that they are in compliance with all existing federal, territorial, Indigenous government and municipal permits or authorizations, and that they will secure any additional requirements before they proceed with work. It should be clear that non-compliance must be disclosed to ITI, which can then decide to cancel or withdraw support or any current and possibly future applications. Non-compliant applicants should not be funded or rewarded. I believe that any applicants should not knowingly be in debt or owe any taxes to federal, territorial, municipal, or Indigenous governments. This requirement should also be built into the application forms through a self-declaration and then checked by ITI. Lastly, the detailed criteria in the guidance documents do not recognize or incorporate any scoring or evaluation with regard to environmental best practices or innovation to reduce environmental disturbance for any exploration or development work. I'll have questions later today for the mining minister. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debate for shorter work weeks is not a new one. In 1926, Henry Ford brought in the 5-day work week, and it wasn't until 1960 that Canada formally adopted a 40-hour work week. And Mr. Speaker, I believe it is time that the N.W.T be a leader in introducing the 4-day work week. The pandemic has brought the debate of the 4-day work week back into the light as workplaces seek to find a better work-life balance, and as we all know, many workplaces have struggled with recruitment and retention. The N.W.T is not alone in that. Mr. Speaker, numerous municipalities, including Guysborough, Nova Scotia, and Sackville, New Brunswick, have switched their staff to a 4-day work week. They found that sick days went up, and in some cases, so did productivity, Mr. Speaker. Numerous tech companies across the world are introducing summer Fridays, where they introduce the 4-day work week across the summer, Mr. Speaker. I believe this is a step we could take, perhaps a great follow-up to the infamous Donny days. Mr. Speaker, in February, the country of Belgium announced that it would be introducing the 4-day work week, along with a right to disconnect and ignore messages from employers outside of work hours. I would love that right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I applauded the Minister of Finance when she brought in the work-from-home policy, and I believe it is time that we introduce a 4-day work week. There's a lot of different ways this can work, Mr. Speaker. One option is 4 10-hour shifts, so the amount of hours is not actually worked, but people can take Fridays or Mondays off. Another option is to shorten the days, and hopefully we could negotiate actually lowering the pay, Mr. Speaker. At some point, I don't believe that our retention issues are going to be solved by paying our public servants more money, but I think offering them a 4-day work week might really help our recruitment and retention, Mr. Speaker. Later today, I will have questions of the Minister of Finance about whether we can become a leader in this area and one of the most flexible employers, and encourage our private sector to do so as well, so people can get out there and enjoy long weekends all summer, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Oh, sorry, member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, spring jamborees and carnivals have been a fixture of the social calendar in many N.W.T communities throughout the years. This is a time for residents to gather for traditional skills competitions, dances, games, and most importantly, time to get together to catch up. Unfortunately, the last couple of years have seen a modified or cancelled jamborees and carnivals across the N.W.T. Many factors were considered on how they would run the event during the COVID pandemic. Ultimately, it was about protecting the health and safety of Northerners and our civil responsibility to help stop the spread of COVID-19 that helped them make the final decision. As the pandemic restrictions are being eased now, this means a lot, especially with the gathering in our small N.W.T communities. As in the past, there has been opportunities to host the jamborees and carnivals, allowing us to see familiar faces from around the community and region, and people really look forward to these times. I'm happy to say that Beavertail Jamboree held in Fort Simpson March 6th to the 13th. The organizing committee were able to host several events such as the family snow sculpting contest, a hockey game, basketball tournament, a snowmobile drive, snowmobile races, radio bingo, a chili cook-off, crib tournaments, pancake breakfast, drum dance, and fireworks. I'm happy to say that everybody that enjoyed them time, and I'm very happy to tell everybody that my son did win the chili cook-off. I'm very proud of him of this. It was very hot from what I've heard, so I'm very happy to say he's learned to cook well. The two events that were not scheduled were the Youth and Adult Talent Show and Dance, and they will be looked at maybe holding them this summer. Mr. Speaker, what I've been told from various residents, people are very happy that we had that opportunity to get together. Mr. Speaker, the Hamlet of Fort Liard will be hosting Cabin Fever Days from April 15th to the 18th. They've developed a jam-packed weekend. They will be hosting a poker tournament, drum dance, hand games tournament, outdoor games, adult and youth, 2 community barbecues, a bazaar, Johnny Landry Band will be there, Easter egg hunt and crib tournament, jigging contest, drum dance, and sledding party. I wish them a good time and good weather. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Tunde Walde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize, a visitor from Australia is Mr. Jeff Atkins, a founder and the managing director of Vittel Metals Limited, the parent company of Vittel Metals Canada and Cheetah Resources. Mr. Atkins brings to Canada an extensive career of experience in the rare earth mining and marketing industry. If you could maybe put your hand up. Also, Mr. Speaker, well-known businessman David Connolly, Vice President of Strategy and Corporate Affairs of Cheetah Resources Corp. Cheetah is headquartered here in Yellowknife, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Connolly is one of the team responsible for bringing the N.W.T project to the market. Mr. David Connolly. Mr. Speaker, Bill Braden is a former elected member of this Assembly, but has found life after politics as a freelance writer and photographer. He is here today as the Media Relations Manager for Cheetah Resources. Mr. Bill Braden. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Cody Dragies is a member of the Honest First Nation and is the Environmental Officer for Cheetah Resources and the Natural Project. Mr. Dragies has extensive experience in the environmental field with diamond industry here in the N.W.T. Mr. Cody Dragies. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Tunde Walde. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to rise to acknowledge the members from Cheetah Resources that are here as well. Mr. Bill Braden is my constituent in Great Slave and formerly held my seat. I did not do my statement on Cheetah Resources today, but I think everybody knows how I feel about our resource extraction industry, and I can't support them enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Nahende.
Thank you. I guess it's a cheetah day here. So I had the pleasure of meeting George Atkin. He spent 40 hours on a plane. He missed because of flight connections. He was long overdue at airports, but he had the opportunity to meet with me and Minister Wozniak and the Premier today at lunchtime, as well as David Connolly. I also understand that Cody Drageese is here, as well as Bill Braden from Cheetah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'd be negligent if I didn't also recognize Cheetah Resources in the gallery today. As stated earlier, my family's been in the industry for longer than I've been born, over 60 years. I think our previous MLA, Bill Braden, also, Braden Burry, wasn't part of the resource sector indirectly as well, so a lot of knowledge in the gallery today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Range Lake. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Colleagues, I too would like to welcome Mr. Bill Braden, former member of the Legislative Assembly. Welcome back. It's always good to see you. Also, if we've missed anyone in the gallery today, welcome to the chamber, and I hope you're enjoying the proceedings. It's always nice to have an audience. Merci. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Infrastructure. Work has been stopped or put on hold on a project that has major implications for local employment and national security. Is the Minister aware of the pressing time frame issue regarding the next phase of work? And that if a 1 cubic meter trench is not completed before the spring thaw, the project will be delayed for at least 1 year, jeopardizing the project's timeline and national security related to Arctic sovereignty? Yes or no?
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Minister's Department are knowingly causing a delay to a project of major national security importance. Minister, what has the government done to avoid this delay and to move this work forward on its intended timeline in the interest of national security and to assist with post-pandemic economic recovery of our local businesses? Thank you.
Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the senior officials from infrastructure, as well as the contractor and national defense, are meeting this afternoon to have that discussion. And may I further add that, as the Premier's statement earlier mentioned, that she's having discussions with the briefing officials at the highest level of military, security, intelligence branches of the federal government, and also met with the Minister Anand on the Minister of National Defense and Minister Dan Vandal as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really hard to have some positive with this minister right now, because before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, You know, this wasn't even at the surface. This delay has been going on. This is not anything new, and we're only looking at it now because we've been raising the issue. You know, Mr. Speaker, with everyone looking at Arctic security, will the minister use her power to direct her department to stop holding up this important phase, to get the contractors on it ASAP, and not to delay this project by a year? It's been delayed long enough. Our local businesses need to get to work on this project.
Thank you. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, there's a meeting that's currently underway as we speak at the Deputy Minister level, and we'll be providing an update on the joint venture once we have concurred on a way forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
My final supplementary is this minister, you know, with the amount of this phase that's been allocated, it's a small amount that needs to be done before the thaw. You know, I know it's cold today, but it can change next week. So what I'm asking is this minister to direct her staff to release that $8 million to get going on this phase, that we won't lose a year. The rest of the project, after the meeting today, but will she commit to that today?
Inuvik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member mentioned, the project came in significantly over budget, more than what the N.W.T estimates, and more than a third-party estimate that used information that was collected by regional contractors. I understand where the member's coming from. I mean, Inuvik is my community as well, and this is something that, we push at the Premier's level to have that discussion with National Defence so we don't lose the time. So I'm hoping for a favourable outcome today as a result of those meetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Health and Social Services. Some people experienced with accessing or working to access support services feel that support services from NTHSSA are at an all-time low and are very siloed in today's environment. Schools are currently trying to find funds to pay out of pocket to secure access to support services like speech-language pathology, occupational therapy, but this is incredibly costly. So will the N.W.T work with schools to fund access to support services if it does not have the capacity to deliver those services in-house? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member bringing this question forward. We recently reorganized speech-language pathology to focus on more equitable service delivery for children aged birth to 5 years old. So we did that knowing that this is a critical period of a child's development, and that there are considerable wait times for rehabilitation services, and we wanted to make sure that we could improve the turnaround time for these basic screening tools that practitioners use with this group. So equity is really our concern here, and the refocus of service in speech-language pathology is the means that we're taking. We have high staff vacancy rates in these rehabilitation service areas, and so as a result we have long wait times. The problem is that as with other healthcare professionals, there is a very strong demand for these professions and not a very robust workforce, and so we, like everywhere else in the country, is experiencing a shortage of people in these areas, and the result is unfortunate wait times for patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the minister's willingness to have this conversation together. Today, many schools are finding that they follow the process to reach out to secure support services within NTHSSA, but that they don't necessarily hear back from NTHSSA about the appointments, the timing to wait for them, or the availability. And so will Health and Social Services commit to service standards for schools so that schools are able to communicate not only with students and families, but also understand what is required to access supports for students? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be able to make a commitment to service standards knowing that we are short-staffed and that the answer may be greater spending, which we don't have in the budget at this time. But certainly, I don't see any reason that people who call and ask for appointments can't receive accurate information about their wait time so that they can make informed decisions about what their next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the minister's comment. Some of the problem, though, is that without the service standards, some people aren't receiving that phone call back or that email back to let them know that it's going to be a year or a year and a half or 2 years before a student receives services. So the schools are really unable to make alternate arrangements or alternate plans for the care and the learning and development of that student. And so will the minister commit then to response service standards for school professionals so that NTHSSA is committing to responding to schools within a certain amount of time so that they can move on to other alternative approaches? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that what I can commit to is to learn more about the detail of this area and to consult with my colleague from ECE to sort out how we can handle these requests more efficiently so that parents have a clearer idea sooner in the day about where they stand accessing rehabilitation services. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that this is a bigger conversation, and I welcome having a larger conversation with the minister for sure. And one of the things that might be helpful for both schools and residents alike is having a public reporting mechanism where people can really see what the realistic wait times are for different specialty services in the Northwest Territories. And then from there are able to either make alternate arrangements or look at other interventions in the meantime, especially when it comes to learning and development of students across the Northwest Territories. So is the minister willing to commit to public reporting of wait times for NTHSSA specialty services? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I know that the department does track wait times in both the Beaufort Delta and through Stanton Territorial Hospital for these specialties rehabilitation services for children. I am not clear how this information is shared with the public, but I would like to find that out, and I on the face of it, would like to advocate that this information be shared with the public so that people can make appropriate decisions about alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. What is considered to be a living wage in each of the communities where childcare is expected? And what is our plan to ensure that childcare providers can pay that wage to workers as part of this subsidized program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as most people are aware, we recently signed a deal with the Government of Canada for around $50 million, and that is to help us transition to a system of universal childcare. There are a number of aspects to this. The first aspect that is rolling out across Canada is to reduce fees for parents. by 50% on average. The member raises some good points, and there are other issues. Staffing has always been an issue. And in terms of a living wage, I don't have the stats for living wages in every community. I know that in some of the regional centres, it's around $25 an hour. Currently, ECE provides retention bonuses or additional subsidies to early childhood staff based on their level of education. And so those staff could receive up to $12,000 a year in subsidies from ECE. And starting in the upcoming fiscal year, which is just around the corner, there's going to be an additional retention incentive bonus for all early learning and childcare staff. And that is until we get a wage grid in place so that early childhood educators are recognized for the work that they do and are paid appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the minister answered my next question, so I can have one additional one. So my next question is, with the ongoing housing crisis in the N.W.T, we have a shortage of day home spaces that are available in several of our communities. As well, there may be issues with housing any workers that we may be able to recruit given low wages and not meeting the living wage. How is the department working to remove the barriers in place to create new day home and daycare infrastructure? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we, for the past couple of years, we've had an early childhood infrastructure fund. It's $1 million a year. There's been great uptake on that. But the fact is that we need third parties to want to provide childcare. In many communities, it's already happening. Indigenous governments are doing it. Nonprofits are doing it. But some of the difficulties in the communities without childcare is the lack of a provider. And in other communities, there's just no children under the age of 5. There's no need for childcare. And yet other communities, they would prefer that their children stay with family members. So there's a number of reasons that some communities don't have child care facilities, and that may be always the case. In terms of what we're doing to increase the number of family day homes, now is an opportune time to get the word out there that running a family day home is a good business opportunity. And we are trying to expand childcare spaces, and so we want to encourage people to look into that opportunity. We have funding if you want to become a day home provider to make the necessary renovations, do some of the upgrades that are required, and I believe in the future we're going to start doing more promotion of that because we want more people to get into that industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister raises some other issues that I sort of struggle to wrap my head around. As we look at this subsidy, one of the things that I've been hearing is that in the communities without licensed daycare spots, a lot of times it's family, it's grandparents, all of that are providing the daycare or the services. So to me, it seems to make sense if we could look a way outside of the box in order to pay family members in those communities so that the communities can actually get some benefit out of this subsidy. So is the government committed to finding a way to look at different methods of childcare and thinking outside the box, as we don't tend to fit that Southern Canadian model all the time? And are we going to look at maybe paying grandparents and other relatives to take care of children? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this has been raised a number of times. And no, we are not going to be exploring those avenues. There has been a desire from some people to have us subsidize more than just licensed centers, so unlicensed centers or family members. But unfortunately, we can't be everything to everyone, and we have to pick our lane. And so what we're focusing on is licensed early learning and childcare spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Final supplementary. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that over this weekend that there has been meetings of day home providers, etc., to discuss the government's plan. It is my understanding that they are not happy with what is happening with the fee subsidy. Can the minister commit to arranging a meeting with those stakeholders in order to hear from them directly what their issues are and perhaps modifying the rollout in order to address their concerns? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since March, probably March 5th, there's been a number of sessions, number of meetings between day home providers and staff, and those meetings are going to continue. The difficulty is that, we have a lot of child care centers, and those centers are nonprofits, and they are there for the purpose of providing child care. They're not money-making ventures. And so they already have that, the idea that they want to do what they can to make child care accessible. And so the family day homes, on the other hand, they're businesses. And so perhaps they have some different motivations. And we're asking them to do something for the greater good, but it's not necessarily their role as some of them see it. And so there have been some difficulties. We are trying to work through those. I've asked the department to ensure that we are being as flexible as we can, and that we are ensuring that parents aren't going to see any, or the parents are still going to see that reduction that we promised at 50% on average. So there's ongoing meetings. We're happy to have as many meetings as we possibly can. We want to get the information out. We want open lines of communication, and we want parents to see that 50% reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to the budget address for 2022-23, business investment for 2020 was down minus 34.9% for the N.W.T. Can the Finance Minister tell us what the government's plan is to turn those numbers around and increase business investment for the N.W.T.? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for finance, sorry. Almost did structure. You're on mute.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I'm going to just confirm that I'm being heard. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, I am quite conscious of the fact that there's been a reduction in the GDP over the last couple of years. We've obviously been through the pandemic, and certainly in the last 2 years, that has been the predominant reason for that. Nevertheless, I think everyone's heard me say that we were in challenging times long before the pandemic and that we had to start looking at our economic situation. So I'm happy to have this question. Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of things. Firstly, there's the mineral resource sector, which continues to be 1/3 of our private GDP contribution, and a lot of work is happening on that side to increase investor confidence, to increase awareness of the geological potential that we have, to incentivize early exploration and to incentivize advanced exploration. There's also, of course, the other side of more general economic development that's going to diversify our industry. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, just briefly, we have regional economic development plans underway. We have the Tourism 2025, which will hopefully bring back what was a growing sector, and a lot of activity in that regard with the borders reopening. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, I'll make note of the fact that we've had very significant capital budgets in the last couple of years, signaling that we are going to do as a government what we can to use our financial muscle to make sure that we're moving projects forward and giving access to those projects across the territory, which of course provides opportunity for local contractors to be involved, but also builds up some of the infrastructure that we're hoping will then support continued growth and diversification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, according to our recent budget address, the N.W.T's real GDP level was minus 10% for 2020. In fact, for 3 out of the previous 5 years in the N.W.T has experienced a decline in the GDP growth. Can the minister tell us what the government's plan is to reverse course and increase GDP growth for the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I'm certainly following the numbers as well, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to them. And again, certainly for the last couple of years, a lot of the impacts were seen largely as a result of what was happening internationally and nationally because of the pandemic. That said, there was again some pre-existing weaknesses, particularly in the mineral resource sector, which is such a significant contributor to our GDP. And which has such a direct impact on the numbers that are being raised here. So the fact that there's been also a very good recovery post-pandemic, or at least maybe not post-pandemic, but in the last year or so as the pandemic has evolved and changed, I would hope gives us a good signal that we are going to be on a good track. As far as what we're going to do going into the future, my last answer, I already outlined some of what the government is doing. The final impacts will depend a lot on what happens in the private sector. But what I want to emphasize is to the extent that we have levers that we can pull, whether it's in capital spending, whether it's in other elements of trying to increase investor confidence, whether it's in supporting the small business sector, through the spectrum of everything from BDIC to seed supports. Those are all the types of things we're going to be looking at, and there's not one single thing that we need to do. It's all of the things that we need to do. So I'm conscious of that and happy to have it made reference of it on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has been promoting the new government renewal initiative as a means to reducing costs for our government. Can the Minister provide any estimates, any dollar amounts or projection data which states how much money this initiative will save the government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Government Renewal Initiative was never intended to be an express budget cutting initiative or government jobs cutting initiative. It has always been an effort to say, that we look at it having an over $2 billion budget and yet continue to see needs, continue to see challenges in various programs or services. And so what we wanted to do is to take a step back and say, look, what are we doing with $2 billion that can better align with needs, priorities, values? Are there programs that we know are successful that could use more money, and programs that perhaps could be shifted and have those resources directed to areas that are finding more success? So that's always been the intention of government renewal, is that we're bringing that culture of evaluation across departments, that we're bringing the culture of understanding what we do, why we do it, how we do it, from the front lines, the folks who do the front lines are being interviewed as part of the government renewal, all the way through to the senior management levels, where they too, of course, are being interviewed and participating in government renewal. We're on track. The first step is to just get a real handle on the full inventory of what government does. And then the second step is to do the evaluation process. It is taking a while. Again, we're 11 departments. We're 6,000 strong public service. But if to the extent that evidence-based decision making is how we want to make those decisions going forward, this is going to give us the evidence to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard from many of my constituents about the rising cost of living, the reduced purchasing power for people, and the historic levels of inflation, and it affects all consumer goods. Does the Minister of Finance have a plan to address this issue and help alleviate some of these extra costs for the people of the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am quite live to the fact that February 2022 saw an inflation level at 5.4% higher than of last year. I've certainly been watching inflation not only since 2022 began, but since the fall. We've been watching what's been happening geopolitically, obviously, as I know everyone has in the last few months, but also even before that with respect to supply chain issues. So, I certainly want to be clear that the Department of Finance is aware of the challenges. We're aware of the financing impacts. We're looking at the impacts also from the perspective of what that's going to do to the government's revenue situation and our expenses. And there was already matters in the mandate to look at the cost of living and the impact that has on residents, the impact that has on businesses. So having just answered 3 questions about the growth of the economy and the growth of business, I can't answer those 3 questions without always keeping in mind that the realities of supply chain challenges, the realities of inflation rising, those things are going to impact on all those other efforts. So, I mean, the plan is really one that is whole of government. The plan is one that is whole of department, and that we can't be looking to grow all of these other areas and pretend that we can have economic diversification, economic growth, particularly in the small business sector, without knowing that we're going to have to continue to look at what gaps there may be, what funding opportunities we need to be seeking out, whether in partnership with the federal government or otherwise, in order to meet the reality that everyone, from small business to large business to government, are going to be potentially facing some major increased costs over the next year. So, I mean, there's not a silver bullet here, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to pretend that there is. I know there's a couple of governments who might be giving a few $100s out, and for some that might be helpful, and for others that simply won't be enough. I'm not going to pretend there's a silver bullet, Mr. Speaker, but I want to make everyone very clear and very assured that we are going to be watching this and monitoring this, and as we've done throughout the pandemic, doing our best to fill in the gaps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Toonaday-Welleday.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Lands with Devolution. Mr. Speaker, our government assumed increasingly authority for the responsible management of lands in the N.W.T, including the administration of mining and exploration land use. Would the Minister outline for the Assembly what those responsibilities are? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Toonaday-Welleday, Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to do it from here, but it's probably going to miss some few things that we do at the Department of Lands. As the member for Tabachuk is talking about, we're trying to get the regulations done for so we can do the public lands enforcement. We're modernizing the land use only policy, revised project assessment policy. We talked about securities, project assessment. We were working on industry surface review, so we're working out there. Land use and sustainability. I'm missing one, sorry, I had it written down here. We're also doing the review of the securities. We are working with that. We have reached out to the Department of or the Chamber of Mines to coordinate it, and we have one interested company that's specifically asking to do that. We also do enforcement, and most importantly, we are trying to deal with rights-based cabins and unauthorized occupancy. And then we also do land use plans, working with Indigenous governments and the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Toonaday-Welleday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Specific to the N.W.T project, could the Minister outline the current status of the N.W.T land use permit? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Toonaday-Welleday, Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. The department executed a 7-year industrial lease for Cheetah to support the demonstration mining project on April 23rd, 2021. Cheetah is now seeking a potential for a 30-year lease for mining proposals as they are working towards the mining phase of the project. The department has been working collaboratively with both the Cheetah and the Department of Justice to ensure the draft release continues to protect the N.W.T for liabilities related to the proposed plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Toonaday-Welleday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my understanding that we are in the discussions with Cheetah Resources about securing a bankable long-term mining lease. This is an essential requirement for any mining project to ensure it has secure tenure and protect. It's a multi-million-dollar investment. Could the Minister advise us on the status of the discussion? Merci.
Thank you, member for Toonaday-Welleday, Minister responsible for lands.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. So we've been going on for about 2 years from being the minister. There's been constant communication. As I did today, we did have a productive meeting with Cheetah this afternoon at 12. Me and Minister Wozniak and the Premier, we had a conversation with them. We're getting really close to hopefully coming up with a final agreement. But at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we protect our environment for future residents. It's about our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. But in the conversations with Cheetah, I think we're very, very close, and I appreciated Mr. Atkins coming all the way up from Australia to have those conversations, and hopefully we can have closure to this and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Tunadee-Welde.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If necessary, would the minister commit to advising the Assembly on future progress in terms of enabling this project to proceed? Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tunadee-Welde. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm more than willing to meet with committee to give an update once we finalize it. I don't want to talk about the work and the process that's in right now. I want to be able to get a final closure to it, and then I'm more than willing to bring that information to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we ever expect to realize living wages for N.W.T. workers, we need increased resource development to move that initiative forward, because we can't rely on finite federal funding to prop up the economy forever. So, Mr. Speaker, the Premier previously stated that the Northwest Territories requires investments in strategic infrastructure that can help to unlock our natural resource potential while seeking commitment from the federal government for 100% flexible infrastructure funding. Can the Premier confirm where this government is with respect to achieving those goals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to defer that to the Minister of Infrastructure. She's taking the lead on the infrastructure funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to report that progress has been made on all three of our strategic infrastructure projects: the Slave Geological Province Corridor, the Mackenzie Valley Highway, and the Tulston Hydro Expansion. Our work is supported by over $250 million in combined federal and territorial support to advance these three important projects. Funding to date has been 75 federal for Mackenzie Valley Highway, Slave Geological Province, and 100% federal for Tulston. While all three of these projects are currently at different stages, ranging from a feasibility and planning to environmental assessment, they are all advancing. Some of the key milestones for these projects this year include Mackenzie Valley Highway, submission of the developer's assessment report to the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board to this fall to advance the environmental assessment. Advancement of Prohibition Creek and Mount Gaudette access road projects. For the Slave Geological Province Corridor, advance of Indigenous knowledge, environmental engineering, work to support future project applications, discussions with Canada and Indigenous governments regarding a request by the Clecho government to undertake a regional strategic environmental assessment of the project. Regarding the Tulston Hydro Expansion, routing selection, Indigenous knowledge, environmental and engineering work to support the future project applications, working with our Indigenous partners to discuss commercial structure for the project. Mr. Speaker, we continue to talk with communities and Indigenous governments and Indigenous organizations on these important projects, so they are prepared to take advantage of future economic and social benefits. Queen Aini.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Mr. Speaker, that was a mouthful. Mr. Speaker, Extraction of resources is one component of oil and gas and mineral resource development. Refining the product is another. The community of Hay River, with its railhead, highway access, and marine facilities, is strategically located to accommodate such infrastructure. Can the Premier confirm what effort or incentives this government puts into encouraging natural resource development companies to establish processing or post-extraction facilities in communities such as Hay River? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The responsibility for new businesses is the Minister of ITI. I'd like to defer the question to Minister of ITI. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Premier. Mr. Speaker, we're always looking for opportunities. We are happy to work with any proponent, whether that's as a pathfinder of our own processes, of our own regulatory processes, whether it's as a pathfinder of understanding what the federal processes might be. Mr. Speaker, obviously I shouldn't say obviously, but for any larger scale programs, they're typically on the mineral resources side. They would involve often IBAs, SEAs, socioeconomic agreements, impact benefit agreements. And so certainly to the extent that they're able to provide value added in terms of, increasing the amount of northern component, then that will no doubt be of benefit on those fronts. So, we're certainly happy, as I say, more than happy to work with any project that is looking at developments here in the territory. I expect really, Mr. Speaker, would wind up being whole of government. You would probably see lands involved, you'd probably see ENR involved. And certainly in my experience in the last 2 years, the LNR departments, land natural resource departments, are now actively meeting, actively working together and quite ready to look at those kinds of opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know the resource sector wants certainty respecting complex regulations along with restrictive land use planning legislation and policy. Something this and past governments have discussed for years with little to no resolution on how to soften it. Can the Premier tell me what this government is doing to streamline processes, or at least to lay the groundwork for future governments to ensure long-term resource development and processing takes place in the N.W.T? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, that question's for the Minister of ITI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's there's sort of two parts there in terms, Mr. Speaker, of knowing the processing side. That's much more complicated. It involves large tracts of land potentially. But Mr. Speaker, with respect to the regulatory processes we have here in the territories, we already have the client services, client relations folks within ITI who are system navigators and well known to help proponents get through our system. There's a Mackenzie Valley operational dialogue that's happening right now with the regulatory bodies as well as with government to ensure that we're all working together to make regulatory processes achieve their goals, but also achieve their goals of being protective of the interests that they need to protect, but of course of being understandable and to the proponents who are going through them. Then, of course, Mr. Speaker, there's the Mineral Resources Act that is currently seeing its regulations being developed, which to the extent that we are responsible for our regulatory processes, that is a system that's being co-developed and worked through the IGCS, the Indigenous Governmental Relations. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, you're seeing the same thing happening with public lands. So really our system as a whole now is becoming whole of government, and it's one that is already evolving significantly to be more clear, more transparent, more involved, and will continue to do so over the next couple of years of this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with closure of mines and oil and gas facilities come opportunities for reclamation, a discipline where Indigenous and northern-based companies can provide this service. Can the Minister tell me what supports or plans are in place to ensure that Indigenous and northern companies are prepared to take this work on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with that regard, again, we're looking at multiple departments all working together. ENR does have the lead in terms of developing right now and actively right now developing remediation economy document and strategy so that we best understand where the opportunities lie. ITI and EC&E work together in terms of understanding what training opportunities exist and what our labor market needs are going to be over the next few years, including in the remediation sphere. So both of those things are underway. Again, all three departments are actively involved in discussing one with the other to make sure that we're also keeping in touch with industry and private sector so that we're not just off developing these things in a vacuum. We're developing these things in lockstep with what's happening in the private sector and so that we can, of course, best take advantage of those opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start just by commending the N.W.T for some of the creative options it already has, such as deferred leave, where a worker can take a reduced pay cut for a number of years and then have a year off with leave without pay, or options such as flex days, where workers can increase the working hours in a day to get an additional day off, all of which are great programs that cost the N.W.T no money but help with retention. However, Mr. Speaker, I believe we need to go further and try and formalize some policy around a 4-day work week. I have talked to workers who have requested to work 4 days with the reduced pay cut and have been told no. And those workers have told me they're already not working full time, Mr. Speaker. They're just sitting in a chair. And I don't see why we wouldn't approve them to get that time off. So I think there's a number of different ways to do this, but we need to review our policies. And my question for the Minister of Finance is whether we will review our current leave policies with the aim of allowing more workers to work a 4-day work week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I had heard the member's statement earlier, I already had a thought of pointing out the fact that there's the ability to work a compressed schedule already. There's the ability to work a flex schedule already. There's the ability to look at having deferred leave. There's actually a very flexible set of opportunities in many regards for the employees in the public service. So, whether it's a question of there being some specific employees who may have requested access to some of those programs and being denied, those specific requests should probably come in so that they can be examined individually. I'm not sure that this is necessarily the time to say that the entire system itself isn't being flexible enough when, as I've just noted and as the member already said, there's quite a number of flexible opportunities already in existence. At the end of the day, there's operational needs. Some positions aren't going to have the operational capacity to be as flexible as others. Again, I can't say whether or not those are the examples that are being provided here by the member, but that's always going to have to be an examination, is that fundamentally we need to make sure we're providing our programs and services and providing the positions and the staff to do so. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, we have quite a flexible array of options already and would encourage people to make use of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that, and I get that certain positions perhaps need the one-off policy, but I think we could really be a leader here, and we could find positions and pilot a 4-day work week. Perhaps it's a summer Fridays model, which is becoming more common, and then I think we need to do it as a pilot project and evaluate things such as, were less sick days taken? Was there a decline in productivity? I know many workplaces have actually found that there was an increase in productivity when shifting to a 4-day work week. So I think we need to be a little bit more conscious of how we are granting that leave to people. And so my question for the Minister of Finance is could we find some units or some appropriate positions and pilot a 4-day work week? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's no plans right now to be piloting a 4-day work week. There are plans right now and work underway to develop a N.W.T. public service strategy, government, human resources strategy. So to the extent that we'll be engaging and available to members of the public service to have feedback and to discuss where and what they see as some of the challenges in terms of our, whether it's morale, whether it's opportunities to be better engaged, whether there's learning plans, whether there's other options, that's the kind of feedback I'm interested to hear. I am not, but as I say, right this moment, there's not a plan to introduce a pilot work week, other than to say that I would certainly encourage folks who are thinking about flexibility to look at the programs that exist and to make those requests. And that might be a good initial step to make sure that they're accessing the programs that are already there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. In my statement, I mentioned that Cabinet says that a review has been conducted of the mining incentive program. Can the Minister confirm whether that has been done and explain why it has not been publicly released, nor the response from the Department? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has been an evaluation of the program done in June of 2020. I know some of that information and some of the matrices that go with it have been shared with committees. No, it has not all gone out to the public, but that's not necessarily unusual. Not every evaluation or program review that is done by the N.W.T. necessarily goes public. In fact, it would be unusual for it to be otherwise. So that said, I'm certainly happy to take this away and take a look at perhaps with the Department of Finance, who would be more the lead in terms of their evaluations, program evaluations, to look at what more we could release publicly on this particular program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. Yes, and I would like her to release it publicly. I've asked her privately about that, and now I've done it publicly. Under the current guidelines and forms, applicants are not required to disclose any permits or licenses already obtained, to commit to comply with them, or disclose non-compliance to ITI if successful. Can the Minister commit to make these changes to the mining incentive program applications to ensure bad actors are not eligible and only legitimate work is funded? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am the forms have gone out for 22-23, but let me be clear. I don't think we don't want bad actors, and nor do I believe that we are awash of bad actors. It is expected that if someone's going to be getting funding to undertake any kind of work anywhere in the Northwest Territories, that in order to do so, they're going to have to be compliant with whatever regulatory requirements apply to their project. And I will note, I'm told that in the past, in fact, ITI has declined to fund projects where their permitting was an issue within the timeframes allotted. So, again, maybe what I'll say is for the 23-24 term, for the next round, we certainly can be express about that in the forms. There's no harm in doing so. And it just reinforces our commitment to our regulatory process, makes it clear, and allows applicants to have the opportunity to access client services folks if they need some assistance to make sure that they are properly applying through the regulatory process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I think that was a yes, and I'm more than happy to take that as a commitment from the Minister. And I think it's a positive contribution I've made to help mining in the N.W.T. So there is no requirement, though, in the for applicants to disclose whether they are in debt to N.W.T or other governments or have unpaid taxes. While GNWT may be able to check some of this internally, the onus should be on the applicants for full disclosure, and those in debt to government should not be funded. Again, can the minister commit to make these changes to program applications to ensure bad actors are not eligible and only legitimate work is funded? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that was a yes. Again, I'm confident that the folks that are applying are going to be going through the regulatory process. So we will amend the 23-24 applications to be clear about that. And let me throw another yes out there. We will, again, for 23-24, happy to make it very clear that you can't have outstanding debts to the government if you're applying. That's already the case. The forms may not be expressed in that regard. And there's no harm in making that very clear, that anyone that's going to be getting funding from the government can't have outstanding debts to the N.W.T. They need to be in good standing in order to access further funds. That would certainly be part of that. So that hasn't been a concern. Again, we tend to have, fortunately, good actors here. But as the member has said, let's reward them and let's make that clear and make that known that the folks that are coming up to the Northwest Territories are, in fact, doing so above board and in good standing. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the minister for that. 2 yeses in a row. Wow, that's great. Let's keep it up. I'll go for a third one. I could not see anywhere in the evaluation criteria or the applications where environmental innovation or efforts to reduce environmental disturbance is rewarded in any way during the mining incentive program. Can the minister explain how environmental best practices and innovation are considered in all mining incentive program applications? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake, Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the projects, in fact, that gather the majority of the projects that are coming through the mineral incentive program are early stage or fairly low impact projects. So these are not, they're at the front end of the life cycle, and they're not necessarily ones that would have a significant amount of disturbance. That said, Mr. Speaker, member's quite right. I am quite committed to promoting the fact that the Northwest Territories is and will be a growing leader on ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors. And so while we're at it, why don't we look at our 23-24 guidelines and make it, again, very express that we expect industry in the North to adhere to what we already think saw happening and to what we think is a value that brings value add to the industries and to proponents, namely that they do maintain and consider the highest states of ESG or environmental, social, and governance factors. So, it's a yes that has to come with a bit of wording to follow. But again, we're confident that that's the kind of industry we want here, and it's the kind of industry actors we have. So I don't expect I expect that we will be able to find some language that reflects that for the next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just have a couple more questions for the Minister of Infrastructure. She mentioned that her senior officials will be meeting today with the National Defense. My question is will she reach out to the contractors, their senior officials, and maybe have a tripartite meeting so that we can get the project moving, that you can all talk and you can see how you can resolve and move forward? Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lakes, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the meeting is happening now, and I'm going to get a brief probably towards the end of the day, and then I'll reach out to the member and see what we can do, because the member is right, it is an important project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this is a $150 million project, possibly more, in our backyard. National security Arctic sovereignty, everything that we have right now, we need to this project to move forward. We cannot delay it any further. And I'm just asking the minister, even if the meeting is on right now, will she commit to a meeting with a tripartite meeting to resolve the further issues? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are having discussions now, internally. I want to make note, Mr. Speaker, that this project is a D&D project, and that, they're fully funding this project, so we need to be able to continue to reach out. And I know time is of the essence, and I'll keep that in mind, and we'll see how the meeting goes. And I have been in contact with the contractors. I have been in contact with my senior officials and the National Defense Office as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister tell us why there's such a big issue to state that she won't say her senior officials, the National Defense, and the contractors can't sit down? This is what they're asking. Can she commit to being transparent and having the meeting with the three of them all together? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said, I will have to see what came out of the meeting today and perhaps see what the next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask one more time. Will this minister, who this project is going to be beneficial to our region, to the Canada, to North America, so we don't delay any further, request a meeting of our department and National Defense and the contractors and sit down and have a meeting? Will she? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said, this is an important project to my my region as well, and we have been going back and forth. National Defense announced this project in 2019, so that was a number of years ago where we looked at infrastructure, and it's taken some time to be able to look at the project and going forward on how we need to advance it. It is a 4-phase approach. We have packages out. We're working with the contractor to ensure that, we are on part. It's a 5-year project, Mr. Speaker, and therefore it's just something we need to continue addressing with all the parties involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question 34-19-2 asked by the member for Yellowknife North on February 24, 2022 to the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs regarding the municipal infrastructure gap. Mr. Speaker, I have a return to written question 35-19-2 asked by the member for Montfouille on February 24, 2022 to the Minister of Health and Social Services regarding N.W.T health status chart book. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 39, an act to amend the Post-Secondary Education Act. Bill 39 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 25th, 2021, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On March 24th, 2022, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 39, an act to amend the Post-Secondary Education Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole as amended and reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act. Bill 40 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on November 26, 2021, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. Near the end of the committee's review period, the Government of the Northwest Territories Department of Health and Social Services identified issues with the bill that could require substantial amendments. The committee is willing to work collaboratively with the Minister of Health and Social Services to try to make improvements to the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Rule 8.3(2) of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Great Slave, that the review period for Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Profession Act, be extended to May 27, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to put it on the record that I support this extension. I believe that, as I understand it, the department requested this extension, and it will also give the department more time to go back and work with the professional associations representing some of the medical professions that have expressed a number of concerns. There's work to be done with the committee, but the department also has a lot of work to do, I believe, with medical professionals, and I look forward to the results of those consultations. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The Standing Committee on Social Development's review of Bill 40, an act to amend the Medical Professions Act, is extended to May 27, 2022. Report of committees on a review of bills. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 41, Justice Administration Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 41 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on December 7th, 2021, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development. On March 24th, 2022, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Justice and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 41, Justice Administration Statutes Amendment Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents: a letter to the Prime Minister from Northern Premiers dated March 2nd, 2022 regarding Arctic security, and a letter to the Chair of the Council of the Federation from the Northern Premiers dated March 3rd, 2022 regarding Arctic security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following three documents: plain language summary for Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act No. 2, follow-up letter for oral question 974-19 brackets 2, policing, and follow-up letter for oral question 995-19 brackets 2, maintenance enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, 2021 Annual Report to the Legislative Assembly under the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act, brackets 1990. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table the following 5 documents. 2021 Annual Report, Northwest Territories Public Utilities Board, follow-up letter for oral questions 916-19 bracket 2, housing, follow-up letter for oral questions 926-19 bracket 2, housing land transfer, follow-up letter for oral question 930-19 bracket 2, housing, and follow-up letter for oral questions 960-19 bracket 2, 3-year energy plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Follow-up letter for oral question 956-19 brackets 2, people parenting with FASD. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents. Follow-up letter, oral questions 99-19 brackets 2, Canadian Red Cross, and follow-up letter for oral question 998-19 brackets 2, firearms storage and lessons learned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following document. Government of Canada, travel, proof of vaccination for Indigenous peoples and Northerners in remote communities at December 1st, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Colleagues, pursuant to Section 5 of the Indemnities, Allowances, and Expense Regulations of the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, I wish to table the summary of members' absences for the period of November 22nd, 21 to February 20th, 2022. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 50, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures number 3, 2021-2022, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Pursuant to Rule 8.2 brackets 3, Bill 49, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditure number 3, 2021-2022 has been presented, deemed read for first reading for the first time and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 49, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Infrastructure Expenditures number 3, 2021-2022 be read for the second time. This bill makes supplementary appropriations for the infrastructure expenditures of the Government of the Northwest Territories for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Second reading. Sorry, Minister, please, we're doing a first reading of bills. I believe you had another first reading of bills. I know it's Monday, but... Oh, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm not on mute on my end, Mr. Speaker, but I do apologize. It does seem that I have a number of things in front of me and people are buzzing me actively to tell me that I've done this incorrectly. So, Mr. Speaker, I do have another first reading of bills here. It is the Bill 50 Supplementary Appropriations Act Operations Expenditures, number 3, 21, 22. That would also be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Pursuant to Rule 8. Oh, sorry, just 1 second. We'll try this again. Pursuant to Rule 8.2, brackets 3, Bill 59, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditure number 3, 2022 has been presented, deemed read for the first time, and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. 1 second. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hoping very much that I have the right bill in front of me. I am seeking to move, seconded by the honourable member from Range Lake, that Bill 49, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Infrastructure Expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, be read for the second time. This bill would make supplementary appropriations for infrastructure expenditures for the government of the Northwest Territories for 2021-22 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where am I there? 14. Motion is in order to the motion. Nope, that's bill to the principle of the bill, sorry. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? Nope. Whoa. What the? Sorry about that, colleagues. All our votes got to be recorded votes. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are against or abstain or in favor of the motion. Motion is in order. All those in favor?
The member for Yellowknife South, please indicate how you wish to vote. The members in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Please.
In favor.
The member has indicated she votes in favor of the bill. Second reading of the bill. The member for Cam Lake. She wishes to vote in favor of the bill, of second reading of the bill. The honourable member for Range Lake.
In favor. Do I have to say it? In favor.
Member has indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The honourable member for Yellowknife Centre.
In favor. In favor.
Member has indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Great Slave.
In favor.
The member has indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Hay River South.
In favor.
The member has indicated he votes in favor of the bill. The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
Has indicated he votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for N.W.T.
In favor.
The member has indicated he votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Nahende.
In favor.
The member has indicated he votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Satu.
In favor. Thank you.
Has indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The honourable member for Inuvik Lake.
In favor.
The member has voted. She indicates that she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The honourable member for Hay River North.
In favor.
The member has indicated he votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The honourable member for Thabacha.
In favor.
The member has indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Frame Lake.
Against.
The member has indicated he votes against the bill. Second reading of the bill.
The results of the recorded vote, 14 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Okay. That's second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Inuvik Lake, that Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2, be read for the second time. This bill amends the Employment Standards Act to create a new statutory holiday which will fall on September 30th each year, to be known as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This bill also includes consequential amendments to the Interpretation Act and the Public Service Holidays Order made under the Public Service Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question has been called. The member pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by writing name to cast their vote, starting with the mover, those participating remotely, and those participating in the chamber in order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are against or abstain or in favor for second reading.
The honourable member for Hay River North.
In favor.
The member for Cam Lake.
In favor.
The member has indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
In favor.
Has indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Yellowknife South.
In favor.
Members indicated she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for my apologies, the member for Thabacha.
In favor.
Member indicates she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Frame Lake.
In favor.
Member indicates he votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Range Lake.
In favor?
The member indicates she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The honourable member for Yellowknife Centre.
In favor?
The member indicates she votes in favor of second reading of the bill. The member for Great Slave.
In favor.
The member for Hay River South.
In favor.
The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
The member for N.W.T.
In favor.
The member for Nahande?
In favor.
The member for Satu?
In favor.
The member for Inuvik Boot Lake?
In favor.
Results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Minister responsible for EC&E. Oh, sorry. Okay. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try this one again, Mr. Speaker. This is, I'm moving, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 50, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures Number 3, 2021-2022, be read for the second time. Mr. Speaker, this bill makes supplementary appropriations for operations expenditures for the Government of the Northwest Territories for the 2021-22 fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Oh, member for Sabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be voting against the supplementary estimate operation expenditures number 3, 2021-22. Mr. Speaker, for our government to not continue supporting small airlines during an extremely volatile financial situation is not okay. During the pandemic, we provided financial aid to businesses to help them stay afloat and not go out of business. But for many of these businesses, they are not out of the woods yet. Many of them are still struggling to get back on their feet to try and level out again. Most businesses have gone further and further into debt during this pandemic. So it will be a while before they are in the black again with their financials. Our government must continue helping businesses until they are financially fit to continue doing so on their own. Mr. Speaker, Fort Smith, like many communities in the Northwest Territories, only has one airline operating full-time in our region. My community depends heavily on the existence of our airline for many reasons. The business I am talking about is locally owned, where the owners are actually living in the community. In addition, this airline has to pay for several financial commitments that are mandated by Transport Canada to be done on their planes. Those costs all add up to an excess of $500,000 US. For airline businesses, the level of business they get is different every month and every season. Some months are good, some months are bad. So to say that overall they make too much money to qualify for financial aid is not all right. Our government is not looking at the big picture when it comes to financial aid for businesses. To only look at one small financial snapshot during a particular time frame is not the right way to be approaching this. No business has made too much money during this pandemic, so to state that is patently false. Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, I cannot support the supplementary appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Sabacha. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. Members, pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by writing name to cast their vote, starting with the mover, those participating remotely, and those participating in the chamber in the order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are for, against, or abstaining for the second reading.
The Honourable Member for Yellowknife South.
In favor?
Members voted in favour. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
In favor.
Member has voted in favour. The member for Cam Lake.
In favor?
Member has voted in favour. Member for Range Lake.
In favor?
The honourable member has voted in favour. The honourable member for Yellowknife Centre.
In favor?
The honourable member has voted in favour. The member for Great Slave.
In favor?
The member for Hay River South.
Opposed.
The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor?
The member for Tunada-Welladay.
In favor.
The member for Nahende.
In favor.
The member for Satu.
In favor.
The member for Inuvik Boot Lake.
In favor.
The member for Hay River North.
In favor.
The member for Thabacha.
Against.
The member has voted opposed to second reading of the bill. The member for Frame Lake.
In favor?
The member has voted in favor of second reading of the bill.
There's also the recorded vote, 13 in favor, 2 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 50 has had second reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 29, Minister's Statement 202-19 brackets 2, Table Document 561-19 brackets 2, Table Document 567-19 brackets 2, with member for Hay River South in the chair.
I will now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Committee wishes to consider Table Document 567-19 brackets 2 and Minister Statement 202-19 brackets 2 concurrently at the same time. I'll see Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair.
Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll take a short recess. Call committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider Minister's Statement 202-19 bracket 2 and table document 567-19 bracket 2 annual status report 2019-2023 mandate of the government of the Northwest Territories. Does the Premier have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as we pass the midpoint for the 19th Legislative Assembly, it's important to take stock of where we are as a government and the progress we're making in fulfilling the commitments we made to advance the 22 shared priorities that we, as the 19th Legislative Assembly, developed at the beginning of this Assembly. I'm proud of the collaboration that we as an Assembly demonstrated in creating these 22 shared priorities, and I'm grateful for the insight and feedback that regular members provided Cabinet on the items and specific actions found in the mandate. Collaboration is not always easy. It requires a give and take, honest and open communication, and respect for the other side's opinion, even if we don't always agree. It also takes time. But we know that in consensus government, collaboration is crucial, and I believe that these 22 priorities and the action items we're going to speak about today are better as a result of it. Just over 2 years ago, we as Cabinet took these priorities and got to work, and despite the obvious challenges we've faced since March 2020, I'm proud of what we accomplished to date. As we begin this midterm review, I'm happy to report that we're well on track to achieve the majority of our commitments. Of the 149 actions that we as a government identified in the mandate, 23.5% have been fulfilled, 65% are in progress, 9% are in planning, and 2% have been delayed, and 1 commitment has been discontinued. Achieving these commitments helps advance the priorities of this Assembly and supports our economic and social recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. This progress is also a testament to the hard work and dedication of public servants in a very dynamic and challenging environment, and the shared commitment of all members of this Assembly to work together to address the priorities we identified in 2019. Over the next 2 years, I look forward to continued partnership with the regular members in order to fulfill the commitments we made at the beginning of this Assembly. We as Cabinet welcome the opportunity to answer any questions and comments you may have to offer as we begin the midterm review. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Premier. We have agreed to begin with general comments. Does the Premier wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring in Martin Goldney, the Deputy Minister of Executive Indigenous Affairs and Secretary to Cabinet.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce her witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one witness I have is Mr. Martin Goldney, the Secretary for Cabinet and also the Deputy Minister for Executive and Indigenous Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I will now open the floor for general comments on the Minister's statement and table document. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would like to reflect back on how we got here. We all got elected and we came together in a room and created our priority document. And I think since that time there's been a lot of discussion about probably having less priorities. And I guess I will just frame that as a comment for future assemblies that if you make everything a priority, then nothing is a priority. But then that priority document was given to Cabinet, and different than the last Assembly, this is truly a Cabinet's mandate. There was lots of collaboration with regular members, and it's a very it's probably the best mandate the GNWT's ever seen in form and substance. It has clear measurable targets. It improves upon a number of previous mandates which had far too much in them, and there was not clear control of who actually was to get those things done. And we all know that, you can only plan as much as possible, but we've dealt with floods and COVID, and all around, I just want to start by thanking this cabinet for this work. This has not been an easy time. We actually don't have a single cabinet minister other than our premier who's ever held a portfolio. The majority of MLAs in this house have never been MLAs. It's been a steep learning curve for all of us. I do believe that, I wasn't in the last assembly, but from all I've heard, this is truly a collaborative government. I would like to, perhaps I don't say nice things enough in this house, but our premier has been truly a premier in consensus. I believe both in her own cabinet on this side, working with members. It's clear she has directed her ministers to work with members. I don't feel there's a single cabinet minister who is not willing to hear my concerns. I believe they're all committed to working with us. I believe our premier is committed to working with us, and I believe she has, given the proper amount of latitude to ministers to run their departments and the proper direction to, have them work with MLAs. I also want to thank our premier for, it's not an easy job. It's a job of tough pills to swallow, and no one's giving you a glass of water. Day one, they tell you how broke you are, and then, the regular MLAs say, why aren't you doing anything? Then the Indigenous governments say, why aren't you doing anything? And then the union tells you, why are you doing this? And then the Chamber of Commerce says, why are you doing that? And pile on COVID, it's a job that is no shortage of criticism, but I believe we as an assembly and our premier and cabinet and all of our public servants have got through COVID with a model response, and it's something we should all be proud of. I would also just like to point out that there's regular reporting on this mandate. Committees have been appraised of each step along the way. I actually expect this midterm review to be a quick exercise and not too onerous, because we truly have been informed for each priority along the way, and we are very well briefed on how those priorities are going. So I think we have taken the right steps of publicly reporting on the mandate. This was also the first government where the premier published mandate letters. That was another good step. So the fact that we are well aware of where we are in many mandate items does not make the midterm review the big fight it was in the last assembly. Additionally, I think we decided not to have the kind of fake confidence votes that happened in the last midterm review. That was a great step. I can tell you right now, if we had a bunch of fake confidence votes, I would not vote non-confidence for any of these ministers. I would keep them all exactly where they are, including our premier, and I thank them for that. So I don't think we need to do that exercise, and I don't suggest any other assembly ever do that ridiculousness with the midterm review. So with those kind comments, I'm sure I will have many more critical ones as we go through this, but I want to point out, a lot of the work we have done has happened outside of the mandate. A lot of the great work we're doing, with universal daycare was progressed much faster than we ever could have imagined due to the federal government. I expect many more big federal budget announcements to come forward next week, and we're going to see even more progress on many of our priorities. And I want to point out that, this mandate is probably about the right size for the GNWT. There is always an effort to do more, to bring forward more legislation, to make more policies, but there's very limited bandwidth in policy shops in the GNWT, and you compile on COVID, and you compile on the never-ending kind of need to engage everyone, and it becomes hard to do things speedily. I guess my last kind of comment, though, is that, we all have to kind of define what we want consensus to look like in the next 18 months. Everyone kind of has a different definition of consensus. I think we've been operating on a model that probably involves a bit too much consensus, and I think there's probably a bit of a hesitancy to, bring forward things that are going to be 10-8 votes or very close votes, and there's a bit of a hesitancy to push things through. But there's a mandate here. There's probably some decisions that will have to be pushed through and may make some people unhappy. And, this is our cabinet that we elected as members, and I just encourage them that sometimes you got to make unpopular choices, and sometimes you don't have to engage the regular MLAs on every little thing, and you just got to get it done. So we don't always need more talking, more reviews, or more compromise and middle ground. We got 18 months left. Let's make sure we get everything done that we said we were going to do. And with that, I would just like to thank the Premier and my Cabinet colleagues for their work to date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Premier.
Mr. Chair, what can I say? Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Any further questions? Member?
Thank you. While I don't agree with a lot of my colleagues' statements there about the leadership and direction of this cabinet, I will say that I do agree with the fact that the number of priorities was unreasonable and unable to attain. So in retrospect, had I had a chance to do it over again, I would very much not have the number of priorities that I see here. As well, too, being aware of how things progressed in the first 10 months of this assembly. I'm well aware of how the mandate was developed and such that a lot of this work was already going on. So to then write out a mandate so that you can just get checklists and check marks next to things that were already happening, I don't see it as being something to really celebrate a lot of. The creation of other money being spent on things that the creation of a greater public service, I don't agree with that either. And I'm really disappointed in the lack of progress around the regional economic plans and getting the money into small communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing I can say is that previous member is right, and this member is right. The number of priorities was too much, and I did say that when we began this assembly, and I'm hoping that at the next assembly, I know that we're only at the midterm point, but I hope that members that run again, that decide to run again, that get back in again, will remember that, because I 100% agree that when you have too many priorities, nothing is a priority, and would have been way better if we would have had 6 or less. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I wanted to, I have the benefit of having sat through the last assembly, and I actually served on the Transition Matters Committee that provided its advice to this assembly, and one of the specific pieces of advice was to have fewer priorities, and that wasn't followed. I was part of the process that developed the priorities. I urged my colleagues to have fewer priorities, but my views didn't prevail, and I still think we have too many. I think some of them conflict with each other, and some of them are just raise unrealistic expectations for our residents, and are just simply just not even possible. I'll go on record as saying that trying to promote 3 big infrastructure projects at the same time is just not something that's even achievable financially. So, but I do believe that, this cabinet is prepared to actually work with regular MLAs. That's not something I saw in the last assembly. So I want to give my cabinet colleagues credit for that they are willing to sit down and work with us as regular MLAs. Even if sometimes I disagree with the outcome, at least they're willing to sit down and talk with us. And I think that's a huge improvement over the last assembly, where Cabinet just went to look for their 3 friends and did whatever it wanted. So that has been a big improvement. I guess if I do want to address my colleague from Yellowknife North about what he characterized as fake votes. These were not fake votes. We tried to work very hard to come up with a non-threatening way to evaluate the performance of ministers. And, I was part of the Rules and Procedures Committee. I chaired it when we came up with that process. We put a lot of time and effort into that. At the end of the day, though, Cabinet didn't respect the process, in my view, and that's why we ended up with a process that didn't really work. So, they were not fake votes. They were, it was an attempt to try to find some compromise and some way of holding ministers accountable. Unfortunately, it didn't work. With this review, though, I don't feel terribly well prepared. It's been a long sitting. I have not done my homework. I'm going to confess that right now. And I don't think that we've spent enough time to actually evaluate what's in this document as regular MLAs. I will give my cabinet colleagues some credit for taking what was a rather broad wish list and trying to put in place some measurable targets in there. I think with varying degrees of success, I would have appreciated more measurables around some of the specific priorities. But I think it's better than the last mandate that came forward from the previous assembly, or cabinet, I should say, but I think it still could use a lot more work. Yeah, I think COVID has really taken a lot out of us all in terms of the focus that we had as a government at the beginning, our ability to do work even together as an assembly, as MLAs, as cabinet, as regular MLAs. And I think we do owe it to the public to review that very carefully. I expect that there's going to be another Transition Matters Committee established towards the end of this assembly, and I'd be willing to serve and volunteer to serve on that again. And hopefully the next assembly will listen a little more carefully. I don't know. But I have lots of other comments, Mr. Chair, that I will make as we work our way through the document, but I wanted to correct, I think, some of the things that I think I heard said, but also give this cabinet some credit for their ability and willingness to at least work with regular MLAs compared to the last one. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the last cabinet, so I do like to think that we weren't all that bad in the last assembly. There's at least not all of us anyway. But we are trying as a new assembly. We've been really adamant about trying to work with members. Pick your battles has always been a philosophy I've said. So as for the member saying that he hasn't done his homework and not really ready for this, is that I can personally say that I think that the members that was speaking was one of the hardest working members that I knew in the last assembly. So I have no doubt that that this is still a priority for him. And this is one chance to review the midterm review, but it's not the only chance. We'll be reviewing these priorities for the next 2 years coming forward. So just stating that this is not the only time to ask questions on these priorities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. O'Reilly? Ms. Martzellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to just express my appreciation, I guess, and the working relationship that I developed with Cabinet, and especially the Premier and the Minister of Health, and everyone. There has been times, there'll be times when we don't agree, but we have to leave that at the door. And I think that the working relationship that I established with Cabinet is a good one. And some of the ministers are more open than others, and that's always the case anyways in any political democracy. I really would stress, though, that we are a consensus government, and many times I feel that consensus is not working, because I feel that a lot of the decisions are made at your level, and we either take it or leave it kind of thing. And I'm just going to be very open about that, because in the last few days here, I haven't been very happy about a couple of things, and hopefully we'd be able to work through those and come out with a positive response, because I feel that many times people see things through a very narrow tunnel instead of looking at the whole picture. And the whole picture shows something different many times. And with the experience that I bring to this floor, with all the business experience and leadership experience, it's not always everything that has to fit in that little box. And, I've been able to work through most of my issues, and hopefully I only have 2 small issues, and if I'm able to work through those 2 small issues, I will be very happy about that. But overall, the mandate is being met. And like I said, I've had excellent working relationships with the majority of Cabinet. And I just want to thank you for that, because I think Cabinet, you can go down the hall very easily and talk to anyone. And I don't know if that happened in the past, whether you agree with them or not, but it's okay. And with that, I want to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you for the kind comments from the member. I think the one thing I pick up about this assembly that I never really felt so much, maybe because of the position I'm in, but the different strengths that we all bring as members. You're absolutely right that we might not agree on everything, but every single person here has immense background and immense knowledge in whatever fields they have, and it's by working together that we actually make better decisions. So what I took, and I'll try to keep that with me all the time, is think outside the box. The member's right that sometimes we get kind of stuck in the ways, the comfortable ways, and we need to challenge ourselves. So ministers, think outside the box, challenge yourselves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Ms. Marcellus?
I have no other comment at this moment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland?
Mr. Chair. Sorry, I've got feedback from my earphones. So I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to my colleagues for the opportunity to speak to this. And I know that some of what I have to say will be somewhat repetitive a little bit, but I think it's important for residents of the Northwest Territories to hear. And I think one of the most important pieces of that is that piece on the number of priorities. And this was something that we talked about a bit in the very beginning of our time together, was the number of priorities that were appropriate for an assembly. And I can't stress enough the importance of taking and kind of demanding that extra time up front in order to really question how many priorities are appropriate. And one of the numbers that we kind of kept talking about that I remember in our brief conversations at the beginning were about that number to be about 5 to 8 priorities would have been ideal. And that seems to be a number that has come up throughout the assembly as the less the better. And in another conversation that we have had a lot in different kind of social circles in our time where we can really connect kind of out of formal meetings and out of session is the conversation around kind of legacy of an assembly. And so the other thing I guess that I'd like to challenge the next assembly to do is to have a conversation up front together about what each member would like to see as their legacy together, and then try building their priorities around that, because then you're deciding up front what you're leaving behind for the people of the Northwest Territories. And I think that's so important, that key kind of message and piece of what you're really leaving behind. So I just wanted to reiterate that piece. And then I also wanted to acknowledge both the hard work of public servants, but then also our private sector. I think that this has been a very unique assembly in that we have worked through COVID, but it's not just the assembly, it is, well, the entire world that has really kind of persevered through COVID and through change, and trying to figure out what this all looks like and still move forward through that. And I think that the residents of the Northwest Territories all together needed a huge kudos to that, including our colleagues on the other side of the House. I know that there were times where I myself stated that the excuse of COVID was no longer an excuse we were willing to hear. And that being said, it was still very much part of the lives of public servants and of cabinet ministers. And so I want to acknowledge the hard work that they did in spite of that, and under immense pressure from this side of the House. I look forward to this conversation, this public conversation about our priorities and what the next 18 months look like, and know that it's not the end of this. I know that we discuss our priorities on a weekly basis with cabinet, especially when we're in session. There's always items that relate directly or indirectly to our priorities. And I also wanted to acknowledge what the Premier just said about thinking outside the box. And I think one of the important things that comes up a lot that I hear when listening to my colleagues or myself speak with ministers on the other side of the House is quite often people will bring forward a challenge that they have with constituents. And often we hear a response of, this is what the government is doing, or this is the process we've created. And sometimes, not all the time, sometimes some ministers are very good to sit and kind of work through, where's the gap or where's the break in communication. And I think that think outside the box piece is really important, especially as MLA Marcellos referred to as that kind of tunnel vision versus the whole picture. And being able to say, okay, this MLA or this constituent has brought forward a challenge, and how is the current service or current process not working for this person is so important. And I think that some of our big challenges can be solved just by trying to, like the Premier says, think outside the box. So thank you very much. And I look forward to this conversation with our colleagues today and over the next 18 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, again, the priorities, number of priorities, can't stress enough, bring them down. Although I do have to say that although we've had 22 priorities and we've had COVID, we're on the way. It's 65% are in progress, 23% are done. So we're still working on them, and I'm quite impressed with the public servants, as you state, because of that. I think it's also important, I like the idea of a legacy for the Assembly. I think about the legacy when I first began, and people were asking me, what legacy do you want to leave? And more than a legacy, I know Minister Green in the last Assembly, we were really big on women in politics. We achieved that in this Assembly. And so, that's one legacy that I'm really proud of with my colleague and all of us here. But that wasn't enough. And I was debating what it would be. And then COVID hit, and my whole focus became on keeping people safe. If I was to say what legacy it was at the beginning, and maybe even now with what's going on in Ukraine, it's keeping people safe was a priority for me. The other thing is, I did ask, every time I see an ex-MLA or an ex-premier, mostly cabinet minister, I tend to ask them, what can you teach me? And I've gotten some valuable advice from that. But I think I'm going to change my tone, because I think it's like I'm going to start asking them, what would you have done differently? Might be a better question for them. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Ms. Cleveland?
No further comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? MLA for Tune-A-Day, Well-A-Day.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For me to come in midway through this term for the 19th Assembly has been interesting so far for me as MLA for Tune-A-Day, Well-A-Day riding. And I had a chance to review some of these documents of the mandate that was put together in 2019 to 23, and my immediate thoughts were they're very ambitious. In particular, when you're talking about the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, how we're going to get there, and and I still like to see that through, and the work is continuing on that area. So I hit the road running and trying to catch up and understand, what's been happening here. And but you got to keep in mind too as well that as a former chief, band counselor, chairman for the Impact Review Board, I did a lot of stuff here in the north, and I do understand how government works, and we talk about consensus government and how, you know, we're supposed to work together and trying to look for common ground and to build relationships. And at the end of the day, you know, we're trying to be accountable and transparent to our constituents and in our here in the Northwest Territories. You know, but when I think back about how I was involved in the communities as a tradesman and as a housing manager, and how I worked in government and later on became involved in construction management and that kind of thing. So I had a chance to sit on the national level and different levels of AF and housing committees and etc. And housing is still a pretty passionate thing for us here in the Northwest Territories, and it's part of your mandate. And you know, you lay out your principles here. They're very important principles. And the thing is that how do we get there? And I know it's going to be talked about as well as the mandate of the Housing Corporation. How do we better bridge the gaps with Indigenous governments here in the Northwest Territories? For the fact that it's been born in 1972. You know, here we are today, and we're still trying to figure out how we're going to resolve this issue of housing. And it's a huge undertaking. But again, I said right from the beginning is that you know, I want to work with the minister, the premiers, and the MLAs and colleagues to really try to solve some of the issues in our community and constituency. And I had no involvement in this document, but I would say that you know the work that was done by the 19 MLAs, and it's important document here. And for me is that I want to see how we can continue to improve the lives of the people here in the Northwest Territories, and you know, whether it be looking at fuel reduction, fuel power subsidy like in the Yukon. There's so many things that we could really take a look at to improve the lives of the people in our communities. And as a former chief, you know, it makes it really tough because I was on the other side. I seen the business side as a chairman for the Impact Review Board. Now I'm here, and this document that was put in front of me here is it's a big one that was put together by everybody here, and it's a very important document. And the question is, how do we get there? And I don't want to see, you know, some of the big ticket items fall off the table. You know, the biggest one I would say I'm in support of is the implement of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. You know, the other one is settling and the implement treaty lands, resources, and self-government agreements. Those are big ticket items. But, you know, for me is that we also need a strong economy here in the Northwest Territories. We need to, it's a bit, I know the 2 years that's been happening here already is, you know, we hit the wall with, you know, this COVID, and before COVID and life after COVID. You know, we got to work together, I guess, and see how we're going to address all of these issues. You know, so I'm looking forward to go through this document and really look, maybe help provide some input to the Premier and Cabinet, and continue to look for ways to improve the lives of our people in our communities. In particular, housing is still the #1 issue. We have to look at new ways as to how we could work within Aboriginal Indigenous governments, you know, through contribution agreements, maybe work with Ottawa so that they could continue to get money back into the communities. At the end of the day, you know, we still need work. People looking for jobs. Mining industry is not always going to be there. Oil and gas is down. So I hear that almost every day. You know, people need jobs. You know, so anyway, so I just want to say to the Premier and the Cabinet and the MLAs here, it's been a privilege and honor to at least been here for the last month, and we're hitting the road running and trying to. There's so many issues I could probably talk about, but this one here, I'm hoping that we go through this document, and I'll continue to provide input. So I just want to say that to Mr. Speaker and to the Premier and the Cabinet and my colleagues. Merci.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're right, you did come in halfway through and you hit the road running. It's probably not the best, no time to stumble, but could have been on cabinet. That's what we always say, you hit the road running and you keep running. I think housing is a priority for this government. I right on both sides of the House. It's why I came. I think you learned today, I've spent 20 years of my life before politics working with low-income families, specifically running homeless shelters. That's why I came, and that's where I'm going when I'm finished, back to that work. So, and I always, one thing I'd like to say is I always ask people for advice whenever. I don't have all the answers. I'm old enough to know that I don't know everything, and that's the strength in itself. So if you don't have my number, get my number from me. Call me anytime you want, whether it's to complain about something, less of that. But if you have an answer, a solution, give me a call. I'm always willing. Many members call me at all times, day and night. And one advice I'll give you, though, if you hit the road running, is true. I think you're old enough that you probably were, back in the day, you probably did some of that bumper riding on the ice road to Deda. Well, I used to do that. It's illegal now. Don't do that, anybody out there. But if you see a bus running, don't grab that bumper, because that bus usually isn't very good in politics. But other than that, that's my advice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Jericon?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing no further general comments, does the committee agree to review table document 567-19 (2) annual status report 2019 to 2023 mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories, February 2021 to January 2022 by priority? Committee, we'll begin at pages 21 to 22. Increase the number of affordable homes and reduce core housing need. Questions? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Although it's not one of the specific action items in here, we did get the minister and the deputy minister to agree to prepare a plan to get our housing out of core need. And I'd understood that that plan was going to be available before March 31st, so I guess they got 3 days to go. But I'm just wondering if I can get an update as to the status of that work. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Chair, that would go to the Minister of Housing.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just received that document today, and I'm just taking a look at it right now, and it's up, we're reviewing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can I look over the minister's shoulder while she's looking at it? Okay, all right, great. So I expect that we're going to get it in the next 2 or 3 days. That would be great. And the reason why I keep raising this is when my colleagues from Cabinet go to Ottawa and talk about our housing needs, it's very easy to identify what the needs are. The more difficult part of the conversation is translating that into a plan and the costs associated with getting our housing out of core needs. So that's why I keep harping on this. I harped on it in the last assembly. So here I am 5, 6 years later asking the same questions. If you don't have that kind of document ready, you don't really have any case to make with Ottawa in terms of our needs in a financial sense. I know that we also need partnerships and, you know, skilled people, but if you don't have a way of starting to put a financial cost on any of that, we're not going to get anywhere. So I guess I would also ask, about this partnership arrangement. Indigenous governments are increasingly getting money directly from Ottawa. And I think that's partly because we just can't do the job as a government. and or that the Indigenous governments don't really trust N.W.T to do it for them or with them anymore. So they're going directly to Ottawa to get the money. So how are we going to deal with this as a government, not just as a government, but as the Northwest Territories, so that, okay, if Indigenous governments are getting some direct funding themselves, what are they using it for, and how do we know about that so that N.W.T can better direct the money that it has available to it to meet other sorts of needs? So it seems like we need to have some better coordination, information sharing at the Northwest Territories level. And I don't really see if anything in this particular area, and I think this is something that's quickly evolving and is likely to change even more in the next couple of weeks, but how do we start to build better trust and information sharing so that there's like a whole of territories approach to improving housing? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Premier?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll take this one. The Indigenous governments are getting more money from Ottawa. And the reason they're doing that, I'm hoping, is not just because that they don't trust us and we're doing a horrible job. I think it's because, as a cabinet, we've been lobbying for the Indigenous governments to get money from Ottawa. In the last cabinet, which I was a part of, the philosophy was give us all the money because we know best, and then we will decide where the money goes. That didn't work well for that cabinet, in honesty. Like I said, I was part of that. And I did see one Indigenous government get money and no other one. And so I try to learn from my mistakes as well as learning from our successes. And I learned that that was a bad strategy for the cabinet. And so this cabinet, we've taken this from the very beginning. I've been saying to Ottawa and to the Indigenous governments, we are not your enemies. We are not a cabinet that says give us all the money. We will stand beside the Indigenous governments. I've told Trudeau, I've told Carolyn Bennett that, I've told all the ministers that they were shocked at the beginning and now they take it as normal. I told the Indigenous governments, and I had to gain their trust. And it took some time, but I've listened to them, and I've gone to Ottawa with their asks and asked for their asks, not only for our asks, but for what they need as well. So I think that we're doing a great job of working together with the federal government and with the Indigenous governments. One of the things that I'm most proud about in this government, one of them, is the Council of Leaders table that we took part in. So we formed the Council of Leaders table. Every single Indigenous government is on it. And one of the first priorities that we're doing, the Council of Leaders and Minister Chinna, kudos to Minister Chinna, is that we've agreed that there is a working group that is formed from that table that will be looking at every single one of the housing policies. How more working in collaboration can you get than actually sitting at a table with all of the Indigenous governments and looking at all of the policies for housing? And I'm hoping, Mr. Chair, that will just keep going, not only ending with housing, but every program, because that is part of United Nations Declaration, is doing that work. And it's going to take time, but we're committed to doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, that's good to hear about the work at the Council of Leaders with a working group on housing, and they're going to look at policies. But I guess I'm hoping that they're going to look at more than just policies, that they're actually going to be sharing information, as our government can and should as well, about what the housing needs are, in terms of our stock and the programs and so on that we have in place. Look, I don't really care who improves the housing. The question is getting the work done. And if partnerships are part of the answer, just go and do it. But so I guess I want to get some assurance from the Premier that this working group is more than just looking at policies. This is about information sharing, coordination, and improving housing for everybody. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Mr. Chair, to begin with, we started as just a housing, looking at the policies, but Minister Chinna can expand on what she's doing and what she plans to do. If you can pass it to Minister Chinna, Mr. Chair, through you.
For housing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, since I've gotten the portfolio, I'm, absolutely grateful that, to be sitting in this seat as well, too, and really highlighting and looking at what is needed at the ground level. Policies is just a fraction of what needs to be done. We need to improve the relationships. We need to improve the programs that we absolutely deliver at the ground level. Our relationships with the Indigenous groups is key and it is priority. And looking at, I just want to elaborate on those partnerships as well, too, where we're able to, for an example, we looked at furnace repair. We did that in one of the communities where we funded the community to go ahead and establish and provide that service. We looked at building decks, we looked at siding, we looked at pilings as well too. So working through those initiatives, those projects, not only that, the other one is apprenticeships. And working through that as well too, and trying to highlight the opportunity with our 90-unit delivery coming through the Northwest Territories, and really enhancing and connecting with the communities. And as we move forward, we are going to see a lot of improvement and a lot of housing moving in a really different direction, and really putting the Northwest Territories first, and also looking at the funding. I did just finish. I did a presentation to the Standing Committee with the House of Commons last week as well too, which turned out to be very successful and was very well received as well. We do also have a federal working table where I wanted to work with the federal government and look at all of the funding pots that are out there, because there's not just specifically one, there's several of them, and I wanted those pots to be available to the people of the territories. But in response to that, very grateful that we did end up getting the $5 million over 3 years to support those federal applications. I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm quite passionate about it as well. All of our housing designs and energy efficiency designs as well, and that's all available to all of the Indigenous groups as well too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
No, that's, thanks, Mr. Chair. That's all I've got on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to make a couple of comments. One of the comments that one of my colleagues said about Indigenous governments. Indigenous governments always facilitated that they always wanted to have control of the funds for housing. I go back like 17 years now, and every time there was allocations of $59 million to the to the territorial government, it was just another roadblock for them to actually control the funds and do the work. So saying that, because I know that's the way it was every time we met as a group. I also want to just make a statement on policy is not always the correct way of looking at the delivery of services. Once again, one size doesn't fit all. There are individual needs out there that have to be addressed. And many times as ordinary MLAs, we get calls of people who are couch surfing, people whose names have been on for 4 years on lists and have never been called. There's all these other issues that are very dear to all of us in this House, including the cabinet members, I'm sure. And so you get into the homelessness issue, and homelessness, you said, was, Madam Premier, one of the things that you advocated on before your time as an MLA. And this government has addressed a lot of those concerns in the last budget, in this past budget, with this budget that we're doing, I should say, with Hay River and Fort Simpson. And coming from a large community, regional community, and all small communities, we should all be addressing homelessness in a way that is innovative, and so that we can all succeed. And I just feel that sometimes we have many roadblocks just by expressing on some of the things we want to do. And in consensus government, we should be able to sit down and work through those roadblocks. But when you just get a no commitment and just, oh, you're going to go back to the federal government, well, by that time there'll be double the amount of homelessness in the community, and I don't agree with that. And you know, I've been advocating on behalf of a group on about homelessness, and this group has carried the homelessness. Majority of the funds have been coming from this one group, and now they have a solution, and they have an innovative solution. And I'd just like to know how you feel, Madam Premier, about the whole issue of homelessness and the whole issue of policy that the delivery of services doesn't always one size fits all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the MLA knows me well, and she's just trying to test me, but she's right. One size doesn't fit all. I know that we've, you know, and I come from the NGO world. I'm a social worker by degree, and people always said one-stop shopping, and I've always been the one that says no, because what happens when that one person can't go in that building? They have nowhere else to shop. So, you know, I always see that you need to have flexibility in programs. The reason I say that it's really important, and it's a huge milestone that the Council of Leaders is actually doing a working group to look at the policies of the Housing Corporation, is because the Housing Corporation doesn't have any legislation. All they have is policies. So being able to get them into the policies is like looking at their whole, the whole way they operate. It's a huge milestone in my opinion. If they had legislation, it might be different. I might be saying move into that direction, but they don't. So I think that you'll find, I'm very hopeful that as they go forward that all, I know all the Indigenous governments know one size doesn't fit all, and I know that they will bring flexibility. I trust in the process that they will bring flexibility within the policies. So give us a chance. I know that we're just beginning that work. Let's see what happens. We're at midterm. This is new work. It's just, I think in the last 6 months or so, we put this on the table, and Minister Chin is just getting her head around it. And I am hopeful that things will come, positive things will come from this. And I am hopeful that, I also agree that homelessness is an issue that needs to be addressed. And if we can't address it all, in fact, we can't address it all. We don't have enough money in the N.W.T to address it all from the N.W.T. And we don't have all the answers. But by working together with the Indigenous governments, as you say, that was what they wanted in the beginning, and us being open enough to being able to take that jump and working with them, I think we'll have better answers and better housing solutions for people. And my wish is that every single community in the N.W.T will have some kind of accommodations for homeless people, because that's where I come from, and that's where my heart is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing I want to address is the home ownership program. The home ownership program, and also the there's always these thresholds that seem to be a barrier to ownership. So if you're at the very lower end of the scale, you can get ownership of, because I know a young couple in Fort Smith who just started jobs and just started a new family, and they were told that they were over the threshold. And you know, they're just starting out. They bought a car and they wanted to buy the house they were in, and everything's with the threshold in this department. You have to think of all the inflation issues, all the other issues that are pending in our today's world, you know, with cost of food, cost of living, cost of fuel, cost of gas, all those things come into play. And I think that we have to be more innovative in the way we think with regards to these thresholds, because, you know, every one of us, including all 19 of us, know that this is the major problem with home ownership. There's always, you know, and you want to give it to the people that are going to actually pay for the home ownership program. That, you know, and you have to be able to minimize those barriers, and I just wonder how we're going to be able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Chair, if you can divert that to the Minister of Housing. Minister Chair.
Ms. Chinna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, thank you to the member for these questions, because it's exactly where I'm sitting with the corporation, is looking at all those rising costs, looking at all of those. And because I come from a smaller community, Fort Good Hope in my riding was the most expensive community to be living in. We're looking at, I think the last was $2.78 per liter for gas. And looking at the limited amount of time to get your supplies on the winter road. According to Minister Archie, the last post that we're going to be closing down in 72 hours. And I hear you when I'm looking at the housing needs in the north, and looking at what needs to come with it. Looking at those thresholds is something that I'm bringing back to the department, because if you're making $100,000 in N.W.T. and you're paying $50 for a package of steak, and if you're living in a home in Culver Lake and your fuel is $1,400 in 4 weeks. Those are costs that I'm absolutely looking at, and I want to make those changes within this government. I need to look at those policies, and having the Council of Leaders at that same working table and getting that information right from the ground level. It really fuels and emphasizes the need for change in the Northwest Territories and how the Housing Corporation is actually doing business. And I also just wanted to highlight the other thing too, is we have 2,600 units, 45,000 people. I have an issue with that, and when I had met the last, and Nunavut had made some comments, and they've got, according to them, 10,000 units. And I thought, I asked my department to go back to making sure, is that number correct? Because we only have 2,600. So it really fuels that conversation with the federal government as well too, to really look at those numbers and looking at the operation and maintenance as well too for those units. But also I want to see more home ownership throughout the territory. I was, born and raised in Northwest Territories. I was around when they had the HAP units, very successful program, and I would like to look at that and look at the opportunities, but with that, community driven, where we are able to provide that funding to the communities, support them with the district-based funding that they did receive, but it's up to them if they want to invite us to the table and if they want to see what it is that we have to offer to them. But I'm more than open to be meeting with them. Council of Leaders is the first place to start. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus?
The time ran out. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My first question for the minister, or sorry, for the premier, is in regards to the very first status on the first piece, which is working with including federal and Indigenous governments to increase funding for housing programs. That currently that reads as fulfilled, and given that access or working with people or different partners to access funding is an ongoing and kind of a constant within the housing portfolio, I'm wondering if the premier is willing to change that to ongoing and maintain that as ongoing for the life of this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like clarification. Exactly what is the member wanting to get changed out of this, how we do it? I want to make sure that I'm clear with that direction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, currently under the line item of work with partners, including the federal and Indigenous governments to increase funding for housing programs, it is marked as fulfilled. Given that this is something that the housing portfolio is constantly working on and that we don't want to lose sight of, I'm wondering if the Premier will commit to changing the status of that to ongoing so that we are consistently looking for additional funding opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the clarification. I thought she was looking at a different one, but that's just fine. What I do recommend, I'm not going to change all of these mandates, that's not going to happen, but what I will do with the status is put fulfilled and ongoing, if the member's okay with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll accept fulfilled and ongoing on that one, so thank you to the Premier for that. One of my points of that one is, for example, The $60 million carve-out that is identified under progress to date was a commitment that was made during 2018. So we weren't even within the 19th Assembly at that point. And so this is something that we are thankfully reaping the benefits of work that was achieved in the 18th Assembly for that $60 million carve-out. And so I'm wondering if there is a commitment from Cabinet to pursue additional carve-offs like that from the National Housing Strategy, so that we as well are leaving the 20th Assembly with a similar carve-off of funding for additional housing initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. I do know that, the co-investment money was a carve-out, and it was from the work of the last Assembly. However, it did come into effect in this Assembly, so that is money on the table. I also know that we're constantly talking. It's like I said, it's the biggest priority that we have, I think, all of us as members of this Assembly. So it's not only are we asking it at the table, we've identified it in our budget ask to the federal government. Hopefully we'll see, the budget should be coming out in the next month or so. Hopefully, and so hopefully we'll see more money. We do know that Indigenous governments are getting a lot of money, and it's in our Arctic and Northern Policy Framework. I'm not sure if the members had a chance to review that, but it's also in there as well. Housing is a key thing. So we've been pushing that. The 3 Northern Premiers have been lobbying for housing as our #1 priority. We're saying housing at every single chance and every single table we can. And if the federal government doesn't hear us, my commitment is I will say it louder so that the federal government does hear us, that housing is a core need, not only a core need to the people, but a core need to the people, all residents of the N.W.T. And so I am hopeful that this federal budget, will see new money coming. And if not, you can count that my voice will get louder at those tables. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I appreciate the commitment of pursuing additional funding that the 19th Assembly can also secure for the 20th Assembly as well. I think that's really important to keep that narrative of housing going and the pursuit of access to safe and secure housing for all Northerners going. My next comment that I wanted to make in regards to that one is that first piece of work with partners, including the federal and Indigenous governments, to increase funding for housing programs. To me, housing programs are completely different than the co-investment fund and the rapid housing initiative, because those really are infrastructure dollars for housing. And in fact, with the rapid housing initiative, it actually came with a caveat of having to secure operations and maintenance dollars for the future of that investment in housing infrastructure. And so I really question whether the progress to date of referencing the $60 million carve-off and the rapid housing initiative actually achieves the target of this priority at all, because it doesn't speak to ongoing funding for actual programs for housing. And so the programs, in my mind, really would be programs that allow for operations and maintenance on an ongoing basis of housing. And so is then really this item not fulfilled, and that really the piece of securing funding for housing programs needs to be more in the form of ongoing consistent funding for operations and maintenance for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Mr. Chair, actually, on this one, I beg to differ with the member. Being the housing minister for a few years in the last Assembly, I do know that every single program within the Housing Corporation is considered a program, not just operating and maintenance. There's lots of care, mobility, care, there's like care. There's 13 programs. Pardon? 13 programs. 13 programs, and they're all, not all of them are just about operating and maintenance, about fixing up homes. Some of them are about fixing up, putting technology in so that people can age in place. Some of them are about doing home ownership programs. There's a whole vast of them. They're all called programs. So I beg to differ. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'll move down then to the address home repair barriers to assist low-income seniors and disabled individuals with aging in place. And I'm happy to see that there were policy changes then that took effect that were implemented by the N.W.T Housing Corporation. One of the big barriers to housing repair programs in the Northwest Territories is really the cost of the programs. And without an increase then to the budget of the N.W.T Housing Corporation, a policy change is only a portion of that barrier. And so will then the Premier commit to ensuring that there is an increase to the budget and the budget asks of the N.W.T Housing Corporation in our future capital and main estimate budgets? Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The process of the budget negotiations is just that. It's a process of negotiations with regular members. I think that the Minister of Finance, myself as Premier, and all the Cabinet have heard directly from members in this session about the importance of housing. I know that in the last budget that there was an increase. Thank you to members for their increase with this. I'm hearing now again. I'm not going to say that I'm going to just put in an amount. I have 1 vote in finance. I don't have 7 votes, you know, and so I know it's a need for us. But what I would like to say is let's wait to see what the budget comes from with the federal government. If the federal government is going to give us what I think is going to be substantial money and is going to give Indigenous governments substantial money, my fear is that we will have more money than we can spend. So before I make a commitment that I cannot keep, I'd rather say, let me see what comes in this budget, the federal budget, and then ask me on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My next question is in regards to the second piece of this priority, which is work with private sector and Indigenous governments to improve the availability of private market and public housing options. We've heard a lot about increases to public housing options in order to address the wait list. And then we've also heard, especially even in this sitting of the Assembly, how the availability of private market rentals has had an impact on the ability of even specifically the Minister of Health and Social Services to fill vacancies in communities, specifically Beachco and Tuktoyaktuk, because of a lack of private market rentals. And so this piece here says fulfilled, but can the Premier speak more specifically to how private market rentals were fulfilled under this line item? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can defer that to the Minister of Housing. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this priority, we were able to enhance our agreement with the federal government, looking at the Canada Housing Benefit to really address that the private market as well, and trying to be innovative as well too. And just the recent purchase here in Yellowknife to try to relieve us of those Northview leases here in Yellowknife. But then outside of Yellowknife, what I have noticed is that we do have businesses coming forward and expressing interest, but not necessarily we have a commitment from them. But then we're open to having those discussions, and if there's an opportunity for us to be working with other stakeholders besides what we have been working with so far, then we're open to be working with them. But I just really want to emphasize that with the improvement with our Canada Housing Benefit Program, that was reconsidered by the federal government, and we did get an increase in federal funding with that program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions in this section on the House? Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, I'm just looking at that document here, increased number of affordable housing and reduced core housing needs. Right now, as it is, you know, we already know that the Housing Corporation has been around for a while. It's actually 50 years now. And how housing and HAP houses and public housing ended in 1993 when in Ottawa cut back in social housing. And that was the beginning and end of a very good program that was talked about for a long time. And I'm not really sure how come 2038, I believe that's when CMUC is looking at cutting funding off to the Housing Corporation. How is the housing going to be handled? I did ask that question earlier during the budget process as we were going through it. So I'm just going to make a couple comments, and then maybe the Premier could help clarify a few questions for me on this one here. Is that you know, as we talk about new funding coming from Ottawa to help address the housing needs here in the north, sooner or later we need to ask ourselves as a government, you know, we are at $2.2 billion now. We are at 1.6 debt limit. The borrowing limit, the maximum is 1.8 billion, I believe. We're going to be hitting that wall soon, and you know, our population is going down. The royalties that are coming up for the mining industry is going down. You know, we're really in a tough situation here in the north in terms of the economy with the diamond mines. Some of them are reclamation stage right now, etc. How do we really try to address the need of housing and overall here in the Northwest Territories? And I know the Premier talked about trust and new relationship. And it's true. You know, the Housing Corporation needs to look at a new vision, new mandate. Sooner or later, you know, land claims are going to be done. Self-government agreements are going to be done. And, you know, some of these agreements that are already in place have chapters in there for housing and how they're going to, you know, work with Ottawa or work with the territorial government as to how the money is going to go from this pot to this pot so they can address their own needs, etc. If they haven't said that, though, you know, my concern is that, you know, what happens when we reach that limit in terms of going to Ottawa and saying, hey, look, you know, we need to increase our debt limit. What happens if they say no? You know, I mean, they may not say no, but I'm just saying sooner or later, as a government, we really need to take a look at ourselves within the government here. So having said that, I mean, we may need to really look at, you know, the days of the Housing Corporation being 50 years old. We may have to go back and restructure that and really look at that piece of pie and how that's going to get carved up, or if that's what, you know, that's something that needs to be talked about. But sooner or later, it's concerning now that you know, right now, I'll just mention in my budget here for this fiscal year, you know, our budget for just to repair public housing is $3.4 million. And there's $1.7 million for home ownership repairs for 33 communities in Northwest Territories. But yet I still have constituent members calling me saying that my bathtub is full of, the sewer is backed up in there again. And again, the policies are there that are hindering you know, constituent people in our communities from getting homeownership repairs because they don't qualify, or if they make too much, or if they don't make too much. So, so there's a lot of work that needs to be done in some of these areas. So, my concern it would be to the Premier is that what happens when we reach that limit with Ottawa, and how do we fix these problems? Because I know it's a big issue, but at the same time, you know, I heard new vision, new mandate, but yet the Housing Corporation is 50 years old already, you know, so I just want to get some of your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
I mean, I have the same concerns as the member. I mean, I'm old, I'm 61 years old, and I don't like to borrow money. I learned a long time ago, don't borrow it, because if you can't pay it back, you're in trouble. And if you can't live within your means, you're in bigger trouble. So I think that we have to learn that. It's not as simple as just going and asking for more money every time we hit the limit. We're going to have to make tough choices. And not only this assembly, and the next assembly as well. There's going to have to be really tough choices. When you got 22 priorities, you're not making tough choices. You're trying to address them all. Housing, like I said, that's why I came into politics, because I cared about housing. I cared about people that weren't getting into housing, and people that were on the streets, and people that were struggling and keeping their homes. That's why you'll see one little tiny one in here. I have to thank my colleague, Minister Green, who stood beside me on this one. The only one I fought for really hard in all of these priorities when it came to was the one that says transition 100 individuals, families to home ownership. Because I do believe, from my experience, from all the years I worked with low-income families, and just a couple of years I was the housing minister, I seen the HAP houses, and I seen home ownership, and I seen that people that own their own house took care of those houses. Not all of them. There's always people that fall through the cracks. But the majority of them took care of those houses. There was pride in them. Their furnaces were heated, and their houses were clean, and their kids were fed. It made a difference. And I also seen the other side when they were in public housing units. In one community, I used it all the time, 400 windows in one community I had to fix as the housing minister. Why? Because people didn't care. They didn't own those houses. So as soon as I fixed those windows, kids were breaking them in the community. That taught me that home ownership is the key. I hear Minister Chinna talking about the HAP houses. I was also impressed with that. So if we can make this priority, this one little piece here that says transition 100 people into home ownership that are in public housing now, hopefully my hope is that that's going to prove what I suspect all along, and that we will continue not only in this assembly but in assemblies to come. We need to give people the houses that they ask for. Indigenous people have told me from the beginning, the federal government promised us housing. I haven't forgotten that. And I believe you don't reward bad behavior. So if people are wrecking their homes, you don't give them a home to own. They need to be in public housing. But if they are taking care of their homes, reward them. And that's going to help address that 2038 number. Because you're right, in 2038, the operating and maintenance money is supposed to be gone. However, some of you will be here in 2038, and I have faith in politicians that the federal government, they might say that they're going to put it off the table, but hopefully there will be wise politicians of the day that will not let that happen. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for a bit of passion.
Thank you. Mr. Jericon?
Thank you, Premier, for your comments. Going forward, though, again, I'm only adding to the discussion because, I wasn't here at the beginning of this whole thing, but I think in order to continue to build new trust and new relationship with Indigenous governments, I think this government's going to have to really take a look as to how we're going to deal with the issue of housing, how we're going to work with the Indigenous governments, but most importantly, we're going to have to work around the policies that are already in place. And if there's a way where we could look at maybe working with those Indigenous government, but we could do it through a contribution agreement, because to eliminate that if we were to use the housing corporation, the policies becomes barriers, etc. The Aboriginal governments or Indigenous governments, they also have capacity, and they have good people working there, and it's only a place for them to continue to grow. So if there's a way we could build on that and really work to build that trust and look for new relationships, because we've seen what the Housing Corporation did in the last 50 years. But now, as claims get settled, we're going to have to look at new ways of doing business. And I know I mentioned it before, there's also going to have to be some constitutional discussions down the road anyway. If all the claims are done today, how's this government going to take shape? So those are some of the things that we need to talk about. So anyways, new relationships and looking at new contribution ways of working with Aboriginal governments. Merci.
Premier?
Chair, I'd like to defer that one to Minister Chinna.
Ms. Chinna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this question because, I come from a settled land claim area, and also self-government is happening in my riding as well too. We've got 7 of those discussions happening right now, and housing has often come up. But one of the things that I really pride on is Indigenous partnership and looking at new ways of doing business in the smaller communities. I just want to reflect very quickly on my riding is that my home community of Fort Good Hope had created the Gashagotin Housing Society because they were tired of dealing with our programs, with the way that we allocate money and working with the local housing authorities. So they came together, they created the society. So now we are working in partnership where they're able to look at repairs for home ownership in their communities. And this is something that I'm really wanting to do across the Northwest Territories. But also the Housing Corporation has entered into several partnerships as well too. And like I had said, they range from cleaning fuel tanks, replacing fuel tanks, stairs, sidings, pilings, and whatever that is a priority in those communities. And also working with them, I want to say the collaboration that is happening as well too, that we're going to see more of those announcements coming forward. We do have 18 months in this government, and I'm guaranteeing that you're going to see a lot of improvement within the corporation that I would like to now be more focused on, as well as what is going to be left for the next government and what kind of funding allocations are we going to be able to pursue through the federal government. Also looking at the federal pots that are there too. There's a number of co-investment applications that have been submitted by Indigenous groups. I want to say the last number I looked at was 16. And they're going through the process as well too. They want to own housing as well. The corporation is also available to be working with those Indigenous groups as well. One of the ones that I'm really proud and we've made a lot of headway with is with the Métis. And working with Mr. Bailey and his community as well too, and in looking at his submission and looking at improvements and where we can actually meet halfway. So just establishing those relationships, improving them is a priority of what it is that I would like to accomplish within this portfolio. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on increase the number of affordable homes and reduce core housing need? Seeing none. Committee, we will move to pages 23 to 24. Settle and implement treaty, land, resources, and self-government agreements. Questions? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the goals here was that the N.W.T was going to publish its principles and interests. We were originally supposed to have done that spring 2021. It's now spring 2022, and we haven't. But I see here that it's in the coming months. It's supposed to be published. Does the Premier have an update of when those principles and interests will be published? Thank you.
Thank you, Premier.
Mr. Chair, I'll start and now turn it to Martin for more definitive answer on the timing. So the first step we did was we reviewed the whole thing through Cabinet. Cabinet has reviewed them all. We will be working with the Standing Committee. We will also be working with the Indigenous governments, and then we will be releasing them. But Martin, do you have more, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could turn to the Deputy Minister to get a more definitive timeline for those actions to happen?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the goal is to have that work completed so we can share, at least in draft, with Standing Committee and begin conversations with Indigenous governments about them in the coming days. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I look forward to getting these out there, and I think they give something for the public to have a conversation about. They give something for regular MLAs to talk to Indigenous governments about. They allow us to have some sort of negotiation conversation in public. But to me, I would view this as step one. I've reviewed the federal principles and interests. There's not a lot of controversy in what they say. But then they went and they made a lot of significant changes to their negotiating mandates on very specific things, such as funding formulas or cede and surrender clauses, things that really get into the weeds that I suspect these principles and interests will not do. So my question is once these are finalized, is there then a plan to overhaul the mandates that our negotiators have? That those are not public documents, they're not the other parties at the negotiating table and see them, but they're really what's driving it. So I'm wondering if these will then flow into an overhaul of our mandate directions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Absolutely, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's going to do two things. One is it's going to open it up so that there'll be more dialogue and more things that we might be able to challenge, not only ourselves, but Indigenous governments can challenge us on. Even in the Cabinet review, we've already made some things that said, why are we doing that? So we're already started that process, in fairness. The other thing it's going to do for me, which is just as big, if not bigger, is that there's this misperception out there that we have these hidden mandates and they're really secretive. And I think all Cabinet members would agree that when we reviewed them, they're like the federal government. They're not these mysterious things that change at every table. They're pretty basic. So I am thinking that once we have them out there, it'll solve a lot of contentious that people are afraid that they're making different deals at different tables, because I think that's a part of the problem. So I think it's going to do twofold. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Mr. Johnson?
No further questions, Mr. Chair. I'll just note that the Standing Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs plans to table our interim report in the coming days, so I expect we'll have much more conversation following. Thank you.
Thank you. Premier?
Don't ask because I just talk, but thank you, and I'm looking forward to reading that report because I've actually already seen a brief preview of it, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Ms. Marcellus?
On page 23, Mr. Chair, the two agreements that have been concluded are two final transboundary agreements. Are there going to be consultation with Indigenous governments within the jurisdiction of the Northwest Territories before these are ratified?
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, those consultations should be almost finished by now, actually. What I can say, Mr. Chair, is I heard that there was some contention about them, and I had my own contentions about them. My understanding is that when those agreements were first done, it was agreements bilateral, not to trilateral. The N.W.T wasn't part of the discussions. It was those Indigenous governments in Canada. And we had to fight to get at that table. And when I first took over, and that was just at the beginning of the consultation, it was kind of a signed deal, the Indigenous governments from the other jurisdictions asked me, how do you think the Indigenous governments in the N.W.T will take this? And my answer to them, because I like to be honest, was probably the same way you would take it when we come into your land. So I think that there was, I am looking forward to seeing the report. I'm not sure if we'll get the consultation or if that's just federal government's going to get that. Martin might be able to speak more to that. But I do think there will be some issues. But I've also been talking about the Indigenous governments here. If other jurisdictions are allowed to do that because of their hunting rights, then why aren't we looking at that as well? And I have heard from some of the governments that they will be looking at that because hunting didn't stop at the borders. Those borders are defined by God knows who, but it wasn't Indigenous people. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So I've been telling the Indigenous groups here, look south, my friends, look south. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if Martin could expand if we're going to actually see the results of that consultation piece or if that just goes to the federal government. But I wouldn't mind asking him through you.
Chair, so the consultation period has ended and the parties are just now considering what they heard and evaluating whether or not the text of the agreements needs to change as a result. And so that's how the feedback will be reflected if there are changes to that consultation draft agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus?
So the two agreements only include the harvesting? I think that, is there only the harvesting that, because once transboundary agreements include land, there's, under Section 35, there's a barrier to any future development because you'll have to consult the person outside the boundary. Am I correct? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, they don't, but for a concise answer on that, I'd like to turn to the Deputy Minister again to talk about the areas that they do incorporate.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, and the two proposed agreements do include more than just harvesting rights, including a bit of land selection and provisions respecting participation in future decision-making. So the member is correct that the potential scope of consultation might broaden as a result of these agreements, but even if it were just a development that had potential effect on harvesting rights, that obligation to consult would still be triggered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus?
Well, I beg to differ, Mr. Chair. Once you have an outside group owning land here in the territories, they have a right to Section 35, and that means in any jurisdiction that Section 35 comes into play even if you want to open a mine, and if they decide that they don't want to do that, or they want to have IBAs for that, or if they want to have ownership, they have that right just like any other Indigenous group in the territories. And I don't know if that has been conveyed to all the leadership in the Northwest Territories. And when I stand here, that means it doesn't only affect Indigenous people, it affects all the non-Indigenous people in the whole territory. So I just want to know how you're going to address that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to turn to Martin or to Deputy Minister on that one, but before I turn to him, I'd like to say that really reinforcing that we were either at the table or not at the table, and for the longest time we weren't even at the table. The federal government wasn't even talking to us. The previous government wasn't really friendly with the federal government, and it took a long time building that relationship to the point where they let us at the table again. But again, Martin could probably speak better to Section 35 than myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly if the agreements are ratified, these transboundary groups that will become owners of Aboriginal title land will be able to make decisions respecting the land that they own, and they will be treated as any other landowner when it comes to development. When it comes to Section 35, certainly any activity that might have an adverse effect on established or asserted Indigenous rights will trigger that obligation to consult, and that obligation frankly exists now even in the absence of a settled agreement, because we have real and constructive knowledge that these parties have asserted traditional harvesting rights in the southeast corner of the Northwest Territories. So if there were a development that were proposed there, we would be consulting with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Marcellus?
So, Mr. Chair, when you're putting the people or the future generations at risk in this manner, we're building a territory for future generations. It's not going to be me that's going to be worried about if a mine's coming in or not, I don't think. But those are very serious it's a very serious way that we're looking at this. And letting transboundary agreements into the territories is not okay. I don't care, you can say, this and that and the other, and now you're in good standing with the federal government. Not everybody is. I'm not used to a government that is used to spending all the money and going into deficit, and that's exactly what has been happening, even at the federal level. And this thing with the two transboundary agreements is going to, you can't even make an agreement with a couple of Indigenous groups to move forward. How in the hell are you going to do it with, sorry, Mr. Chair, but how are you going to be able to do it with outside interests? Like, that's a really big question. I'm very concerned about this, the way this government is approaching the two agreements that were concluded, which are two final transboundary agreements, and our own government can't even settle some of the outstanding implementation and agreements here in the territories. That's very concerning. And I'm sorry I have to disagree with the direction, but with the just knowing the knowledge at the table and how awful it could get at a trilateral meeting, and Martin knows that. I mean, it's very serious that that this is going forward, and I'm sorry, but I can't agree to something like that. And I just, it's very concerning that our government will take that approach without I think it's something that affects all 19 people in this room, and making a big decision like that affects all the Indigenous groups and all the non-Indigenous participants and people of the Northwest Territories. And I'm very concerned about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Premier?
As stated, it was either we're at the table or we weren't at the table. It's always better to be at the table, at least you get some kind of food. This is, and I have faith in I have trust in the Indigenous governments when they part of the consultation process, that they would have brought not only the concerns brought by the member, but even more so because they had time to process it. We only get a few minutes. But this is not always the case. This one might be contentious, but there is another cross-boundary one that's happening right now as well. I think it's called the N.W.T, that's correct pronunciation, which is actually with the Gwich'in people from the Yukon. And that one is going really well. The Gwich'in people aren't fighting it. They see themselves as families. So we're working on that one. That one's close to being done too. And that one will take some of our, the west coastline as well. And that one doesn't have the contention that we have with the southeast corner. So there's always, what I've learned from that process is that every negotiation table is different. Some will be contentious, they don't see themselves as family, and other ones, they see themselves as family, and there'll be less contention with that. But what I really want to stress to the member is that I have emphasized to the Indigenous governments that if it's good for them, then we need to put our claims in as well. That Indigenous governments from the north have to put their claims in for the jurisdictions outside of the N.W.T as well, to be fair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order, non-debatable. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Sergeant Arms, will you please escort the witnesses out of the chamber?
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole member for Hay River South?
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 23, Bill 29, Minister Statement 202-19, Table Document 561-19, and Table Document 567-19, and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with.
Member for Haver South. Do we have a seconder? Member for Yellowknife North. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? We have a tie. No, I'm just kidding. Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 37, an act to amend the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act, be read for a third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Members, pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by writing name to cast their vote, starting with the mover, those participating remotely, and those participating in the chamber in the order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are for, against, or abstaining from third reading.
The honourable member for Hay River North.
For.
The member for Cam Lake.
For.
The member has indicated she is in favor of third reading of the bill. The honourable member for Yellowknife South.
For.
The member has indicated she is for third reading of the bill. The member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. The member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. The member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Agreed.
The member has indicated she is for third reading of the bill. The member for Thabacha.
For.
The member has indicated she is for third reading of the bill. The member for Frame Lake.
For.
Has indicated he is for third reading of the bill. The member for Range Lake.
For.
The honourable member has indicated she is for third reading of the bill. The honourable member for Yellowknife Centre.
For.
The honourable member has indicated she is for third reading of the bill. The member for Great Slave.
In favor.
The member for Hay River South.
For.
The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
The member for Tunada-Welladay.
For.
The member for Nahende.
In favor.
The member for Satu.
For.
The member for Inuvik-Boot Lake.
In favor.
The results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 37 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 38, Miscellaneous Statute Law Amendment Act 2021, be read for the third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Members, pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by writing name to cast their vote, starting with the mover, those participating remotely, and those participating in the chamber in the order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are for, against, or abstaining from third reading. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hay River North.
In favor.
The member for Cam Lake.
In favor.
The member has indicated she is in favor of third reading of the bill. The member for Yellowknife South. Indicated she is in favor of third reading of the bill. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
In favor.
The member has indicated that she is in favor of third reading of the bill. The member for Thabacha.
In favor.
The member has indicated that she is in favor of third reading of the bill. The member for Frame Lake.
For.
The member has indicated that he is for third reading of the bill. The member for the honourable member for Range Lake.
For.
The honourable member has indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. The honourable member for Yellowknife Centre.
For.
The honourable member has indicated that she is in favor of third reading of the bill. The member for Great Slave.
In favor.
The member for Hay River South.
For.
The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
The member for Tunada-Welladay.
For.
The member for Nahende.
For.
The member for Satu.
In favor.
For Inuvik Boot Lake.
For.
The results of the recorded vote, 15 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 38 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 49, Supplementary Appropriations Act Infrastructure Expenditures, number 3, 2021-2022, be read for the third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. This is the infrastructure supplementary appropriation, and I voted against this at second reading, but there's a couple of items that really caused me a lot of concern in here. Is the use of fish habitat compensation funds for a bridge replacement in a completely different ecosystem. I just don't believe that that's appropriate, and I don't want to be seen to be supporting use of fish habitat compensation funds in this manner. And secondly, the $2.75 million regarding the dispute around the letter of credit replacement fund for the Decho Bridge. I believe that there needs to be a better and more transparent explanation to the public about what that is all about. I've heard complaints from a number of constituents about that as well, so I will not be supporting this bill. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Members, pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by writing name to cast their vote, starting with the mover, those participating remotely, and those participating in the chamber in the order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are for, against, or abstaining from the third reading. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowknife South. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
I'm for.
Has indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. The member for Cam Lake.
For.
Members indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. The honourable member for Range Lake.
For.
The honourable member has indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. The honourable member for Yellowknife Centre.
For.
The honourable member has indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. Member for Great Slave.
In favor.
For Hay River South. The member has indicated that he is for third reading of the bill. The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
The member for Tunada-Welladay.
For.
The member for Nahende.
In favor.
Member for Satu.
For.
For Inuvik Boot Lake.
In favor.
Member for Hay River North. 4. Member for Tabacha.
4.
Indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. The member for Frame Lake.
Against.
Member for Frame Lake has indicated that he is against third reading of the bill.
The results of the recorded vote, 14 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 49 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Range Lake, that Bill 50, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures Number 3, 2021-2022, be read for the third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Members, pursuant to Rule 10.3 brackets 1, a recorded vote is required. The clerk shall call on each member by writing name to cast their vote, starting with the mover, those participating remotely, and those participating in the chamber in the order of their seats. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are for, against, or abstaining from third reading. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yellowknife South.
In favor?
The Honourable Member has indicated that she's in favour of third reading of the bill. The member for N.W.T Twin Lakes.
In favor?
The member has indicated that she is in favour of third reading of the bill. The member for Cam Lake.
In favor.
The member has indicated that she is in favour of third reading of the bill. The Honourable Member for Range Lake.
4.
The member has indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. The Honourable Member for Yellowknife Centre.
4.
The member has indicated that she is for third reading of the bill. The member for Great Slave.
In favor.
Member for Hay River South.
Opposed.
The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
The member for Tunada-Welladay.
4.
Nahende.
4.
Member for Satu.
Favor.
Member for Nuvik Boot Lake.
In favor.
The Honourable Member for Hay River North.
4.
For Tabacha.
Opposed.
The member has indicated that she is opposed to third reading of the bill. The member for Frame Lake.
4.
The member has indicated that he is for third reading of the bill.
The results of the recorded vote, 13 in favor, 2 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 50 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, March 29th, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committee, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, Bill 48, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23 and 29, Minister Statement 202-19-2, table documents 561 and 567-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, March 29th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.